Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. Day number 2 of the qualification series. My name is Imperium and I'm joined once again by the French maestro herself, Neptura. How are you getting on today?
I'm doing fantastic, Imperium. I'm really excited for day number 2. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I know, right? Oh my God, I feel wanted. I'm doing pretty good. A little bit tired. I've been up since 4 a.m. or so, but
Yeah.
you know what? Nothing pumps energy into my veins as much as some PUBG Mobile action, and you know what? We're here for it. Gotta say, like the lack of massive headphones on your head as well.
Oh,
A lot more
yeah,
space for your glorious hair to shine, you know? It's nice.
Yeah, I was trying to do a thing, but you know what? It's not gonna work. They've been banished to the drawer. I guess that's where they'll stay for the rest of this. I think we need to rip headphones in chat there, though.
No. They don't even deserve to be mentioned. But what should be mentioned is the format of the EMEA qualifiers for the Europe region, to give you guys an idea of what we're going to be looking at in terms of the format and how many teams. If you didn't tune in yesterday, 24 teams in the group stage. They play a total of 12 matches over 3 days. So day 1 it was Group A versus Group B. Day 2 it's Group B versus Group C. And then tomorrow it's going to be Group A versus Group C.
Yeah. It is indeed, and I can tell now why, you know, teams like SBG really put their best foot forward in last night's games, because they're not playing here this evening. They have 1 day to go until they can play again tomorrow, so they really need to step up on those points and make sure they grabbed as many points as possible for tomorrow.
Exactly. Point system that led to them getting the points that they secured across the overall standings of yesterday's games. 10 points for a chicken dinner. It moves all the way down to 654. Big jump from first and second. And of course, that all elusive 1.1 kill Neptura.
Sure does indeedy, but I'm wondering what these teams have in store for us tonight. We saw such epic games coming in here. I'm really excited to see who's going to get what points there and over what maps. We really had a really interesting point of view for these teams, having those 3 Erangels and then the 2 Miramars. I actually have to agree with you, Imperium. I think it did a lot of good for these teams to be able to have those back-to-back opportunities to get points their way.
And we saw yesterday the first back-to-back chicken dinner in the Erangel series of games by Rush team. So they are playing tonight as far as I know, because they're in Group B. So can they repeat the process? What kind of challenge are they going to face against the teams in Group C? It's eight different teams are joining now into the mix. Different drop spots, different rotations. It's going to be a big challenge for the teams in Group B, Neptura.
It absolutely is. Yeah, I think some of these teams have a lot of work to do, and some of these teams, in, you know, speaking of Rush, I think they definitely, their challenge today is going to be not going all out like they did yesterday, right? Because we were discussing that maybe they're showing too much of their hand right away, and so I think I'd like them to just dial it back a little bit. And if that's the kind of team they are, though, that is going to be a challenge. So I'm really going to be keeping my eye on Team Rush tonight for sure.
Let's have a look at the overall standing to see where all the teams lie across the board coming into today's games. Again, 8 of the 16 teams that are featured in the overall standings will not be playing today, but I have featured the likes of Rush Team, who will be playing alongside Breaking Team, Lithuania, Leo Esports, MABETEX, Oceans on Fire, Shoot to Kill, and Team ALPI. MABETEX Esports definitely kind of impressed me in a lot of ways, and ending 5th place overall with a really solid 42 points.
Yeah, they did a really good job there considering they have zero wins rather on the board. So, it's a really nice consistent sort of game that they've been playing so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing that again. The other thing I'm going to be looking at though, Imperium Ocean's on fire, man. 3 points last night, but at least tonight they have that opportunity to make things happen.
It's their final 6 games, so if they're going to, it's do or die. It's now or never. Their backs are against the wall. I'm glad that you mentioned them because all teams deserve to be featured at this stage of the game. Out of the 24 teams, of course, we know only 16 qualify. When we looked at other regions as well, you're looking at between, I think, if I remember correctly, between 82 and 92 points. Is that kind of cutoff point for that 16th place team?
It is, and yeah, it's something that I really didn't think about too much until you said it. These teams in Group B only have 6 more matches. They can't play tomorrow, so they've really got to make that top 16 tonight. They need to make it count. Team Rush, Shoot to Kill being 2 of the big names I'm thinking of right now that need to dominate this next group and make sure they get those points, because again, they've got 6 more games that the others are playing that they are not. So the pressure is really, really on here to make sure that they can actually make those finals. I may even have to take back what I said about Team Rush, though, honestly. If they've only got 6 more games, they should let it rip, perhaps.
That's a fair point. That is something that's actually a really good point indeed. And we've talked a bit about the teams from Group B, of course, but let's talk about the teams from Group C, the teams that haven't shown themselves on the battleground so far. What teams, based off your research and knowledge, are you looking out for in today's games from Group C?
Group C, the one that comes to mind the most for me currently is gotta be ENIGMA GG.
Okay.
Definitely a team that I'm looking forward to. I'm friends with the coach. He used to be my coaching rival back when I was coaching 7E. He was in the same region, and now he's moved to EU. So I've got some inside info, and it's looking really good so far. They were very dominant in the Italian nationals, so looking strong. They've had major changes though, which I'm really looking forward to seeing. A lot of their roster has had to be replaced because some of the players couldn't make it to the qualifiers. So it's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle. I think it's not quite the same roster, but they now have the coach. They've got him, so perhaps things will go well for them.
Haven't they also had to change kind of their drop spots as well? Surely that's gonna make it a bit of a challenge around you. You have to path so much differently from one drop spot to another, so surely that's going to add another challenge.
Yeah, I was really surprised when he messaged me tonight and went, oh, by the way, we've changed a lot of our drop spots last minute. We did that today. So, Abi, man, you've really put your teams in a bit of a bind there, but we'll see how they can adapt to it, because isn't that what the game is all about, Imperium? It's about that adapting to everything you can that's thrown at you.
It's not uncommon for teams to change their drop spot in this kind of format when you have 24 teams and you're going up against different sets of teams each day. But certainly drastic to do it on the day of the games for sure. Playing path of this game number 1 over on the jungle terrain of Sanhok. It's never hard of a playing path on this small of a map. You're going to have condensation. Will we see hot drops come through? It seems like a bunch of teams heading up towards northeast.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you are seeing that, aren't you? Yeah, looking interesting coming into there. Yeah, 2 teams up by Mognai. You're also seeing 2 teams up in Hatin and a few teams, over in Boot Camp as well. So lots of hot drops to start off the evening.
And this is weird because these 2 teams hot dropped in yesterday's games, and if you're looking at both of these teams and where they lie in the overall standings, they've been somewhat similar around their placements as I look to bring up the overall standings, because I tend not to remember these things. Leo Esports are 10th overall and ALPI are 7th overall, 29 and 17 points respectively. I know it's only one game, but to me, one of these teams should have disconnected away from the other. And you even have a third team looking to join in on the mix outside of the areas. S2 take on the 4 Romanian boys.
Indeed. Oh my goodness. Oh, things are just happening all at once here. It's a three-way fight, Imperium. Hang on a second.
Yeah, okay, that's something. Yeah, that's something. SGM.
Sure.
Into
Wow,
the mix.
weird.
I believe that's Sigma. It's like, I'm not saying it's unsurprising, but it can just happen, right? When
Yeah,
teams
that's
kind
true.
of find each other, they drop close by against Sanhok. It's a small map, and it's part of the cluster teams we did see drop on towards the northeast of the map.
It is, yeah, it's an interesting thing that they've all decided to do though. I'm curious as to what this is going to mean for a lot of these teams. 4RB being one, certainly a name tag we've seen before, but perhaps not these specific players. I'm not recognizing any of them specifically here from previous
Royal,
PMPLs.
and Lawrence, I've seen at least names on the scene. Not so much
Okay.
PMPL, but definitely PMCO level. I could be wrong, by the way, if I have gotten that wrong around. If they've hit higher stages, I apologize. But I am definitely familiar to an extent with the players and the names of 4 Romanian boys. So I expect good things from them.
Okay. Okay, so they're experienced. All right, that's nice to know. They do have a pretty good spot in zone at the moment, though. The zone has gone to that direction. So they're looking okay so far. Rush, on the other hand, looking to move on in, trying to just scout out a little bit. You know, we did see so much good stuff coming in from them yesterday. So looking forward to what this will hold for them. Breaking Team, on the other hand, this is a team I'd like to see more from. They had a few good moments, but overall they seem to be just a little bit shy, a little bit lacking compared to some of those other teams in those arenas. But maybe this will be their night. They certainly seem to be having a good rotation so far. Might find a little bit of traffic over onto Hatin, but we'll see. Leo, though, they're going to be up against Ocean. Ooh.
I was talking to Shockwave, and they said, I was talking to Azer from Shockwave, and he was saying that they were probably going to get dropped or drop clash in Hatin with another team, and that has been the case. It's close to the edge of the circle. It seems like no action has really started between those two teams, but surely it's bound to in the next couple of minutes.
Absolutely. It's got to, right? Because this is the one thing with a central position like this, right on the edge of zone, you are going to start to see teams try and move in, try and get a third party of some sort. So you really want to make sure that you're not the team that's still lagging behind when it comes to those fights. That gives those teams opportunities to get those eliminations onto you. You've got to, when you're in this kind of position, really try and finish up fights or disengage, whichever one, but just make sure you're not in just this kind of standstill position here, because that's just going to get you very stuck very quickly.
You could easily have Rush Team come in and a third party around this boot camp area. Both of these teams kind of playing stalemate. 4 Romanian boys once again in the elimination feed as well, picking off the players of S2 on the northern coastline.
Yeah, they are, and that is another fight that they've got to finish up. I mean, it's nice that we're seeing some moves from them, but they've got to be really quick with that. The zone is not on their side. You still have a few minutes, a minute and a half-ish until it really closes in, and it's early stage. There's not too much of that pressure coming in, but for me, it's just a bit too much. I don't want to be fighting on the outside of that circle. I really want to be inside, getting those eliminations, or not, rather, getting those positions early, and making sure I have a set up for a good game. But we move over there now, Imperium. Things are looking on the move.
Dagestan going up against Shockwave. The floor players from Dagestan 77 are set up quite nicely. Seiko in the backline for Shockwave. It is able to give an element of information, but still leaves it with a bit of a tricky play for the rest of the team as a 3-man while Leo moves forward. Akash is knocked. Frooks is left on his own. He's down to less than half health. Picks up 1 knock, but he's going to have to do a hell of a lot more. He doesn't have any meds and... Okay, DPS.
Oh. Okay. All right, he's just 1v2'd that. Nicely done. But it's not over yet. He's still a 1v everybody else. That's still a 1v2. 1v1 right now, though, if he can get those heals in time. They haven't decided to go for the double res, but they will be up to 3 soon, so he's got to make his play now. Slightly too late, and down he goes. Imperium, he had a chance there. He just was a little bit late, had to heal up, and unfortunately it's not going to happen. But tell you what, a nice effort on his part.
Oh yeah, incredible individual effort from Frooks. He didn't go down without a strong fight and really tested Leo in that regard. So credit where it's due. Shockwave did end up getting the better of the majority of Dagestan 77. Not the whole squad. There is still 1 player left standing. So 3 elimination points to kick things off for Shockwave. They'll be riding high in confidence, much like the 4 Romanian boys are.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Just, my goodness. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since they started that fight, being that hot drop situation. But no, it is looking good for them. A good, strong start. But I tell you what, these third parties are going to keep on coming in. Sanhok Breaking Team have caught wind of this. They look to be potentially trying to get a gatekeep situation coming in onto 4RB, which would be a really nice play from them. I mean, they have been, as I said earlier, pretty quiet when it comes to yesterday. They've only got 12 points on the board. So a play like this, I feel, would be a nice play for them if they can grab that in time, if they can set it up correctly and end up, you know, not having those ranks broken.
The full list of teams from Group C, by the way, playing in today's games: 4 Romanian boys, Dagestan 77, Enigma EU, EPSILON, Axe, RK, KASIK team, S2 team, Shockwave, and Sigma, who will be the teams from Group C to ride on top of the leaderboard and really kind of test the teams that did perform well yesterday. Lithuania was one of the teams that played yesterday, and they're going to look to evolve and improve from yesterday's games.
Oh, goodness. There we go. Really nice shots coming in there. Just can't quite get the full damage done, but you're going to make an excellent effort. Nicely done on this part of Lithuania. Finally, some points on the board. I think too often yesterday we saw them go out with not enough points, 1 or 2 maybe, but they do get those points onto KASIK team. They're going to be at a duo right now, but KASIK, oh, they go into that compound, they go past it using really nice cover there. Again, though, Imperium, I don't really agree with this trend we're seeing of taking all these fights out in the blue zone. I think it's just a waste of resources and it's a waste of time. I get that, you know, you're trying to gatekeep a little bit, you're trying to, you know, get those teams away from you and make sure they're not a problem later on in the game, but at the price of your meds and of your ammo and a late rotation to a poor position potentially, I don't think it's worth it. Rush, though, I did see that going out. I wonder what happened there. We didn't quite see it.
It was a team fight outside a ban against Enigma. I was looking on the map feed and I saw Enigma. They were kind of on their own for the majority of Phase 1 and coming into Phase 2. And Rush team, if you remember, they rotated from just outside the trifecta area, and I thought they might get involved with the boot camp fight. They didn't. They moved ahead of it, and they faced off against Enigma. Now, Enigma are down to 2 players, but they're in a comfortable position in the circle, and they have 4 elimination points.
Yeah, absolutely a great position to be in. As you said, well, with the zone, that really helps there. But no, Bon and those hillsides, they're actually really helpful. Really good place to go from. But wait, I'm just going to shush for a second. This fight is not over.
No, Lithuania looking for the last player of a KASIK team, really hunting them down again. The comfort of the Phase 3 blue zone is okay. Yeah, you're taking a little bit of damage. You're having to utilize a couple more meds, but what you're able to potentially pick up off the back of being aggressive from your opponent's crates is more than worthwhile, as well as the elimination points.
I like this from EPSILON here. That's a really nice position to be having, a very strong one as the zone continues to kind of center up on this next area. Unfortunately for ALPI, they've kind of fallen into that little trap there, because that dip, that valley, is definitely a trap. It's really hard to get out of once you're in and looked upon.
Cool.
Their only saving grace right now is going to be SHOCKWAVE moving in, and look at the speed in which they're doing it. SHOCKWAVE not messing about there.
EPSILON Axe have got to watch their backs. I appreciate that they moved out directly from the Paradise Resort area and kind of more into the open terrain, but now, yeah, they hear the shots behind them. SHOCKWAVE getting involved. 4 Romanian boys as well could third party this fight. Back down into protection while Lithuania face off against ENIGMA. I don't think they have an idea that they're there. Maya goes down. Mera is at least going to be able to return fire. Not able to pull off a first aid in time as the rest of Lithuania move on forward and try to secure more eliminations. Yes, they do. That is 5 for Lithuania, and they will remain as a full squad.
Nicely done. I almost have to disagree with you there, Imperium. I think they knew exactly where they were. I don't see, unless they're being really cautious, that a team would go into a random compound and do a 2-2 split into each building. I think they knew they were there. And I like it. I like it a lot from Lithuania. That was really well played, especially even if you are right and they actually had no idea. I mean, that's really, really head in the game, really cautious, really careful, and I like that because it was a balance, right? It was cautious, it was hedging their bets, making sure they didn't go in one by one in case they were surprised, but at the same time, they weren't hesitating. They went full in, in onto those compounds and overwhelmed ENIGMA there.
Definitely.
ENIGMA did a good job, I would say. Yeah, they got that knock first. But I think ENIGMA there probably weren't too happy as a duo, and they made that same mistake that you see so many teams do, which is, well, they're coming in, if we just hide or if we just stay very still and then trying the surprise tactic, we might be able to stop their momentum. But once they're in the door, it's really hard to stop that in its tracks.
Sometimes the best form of defense is offense. The phase 4 shifts up and it goes northeast, just outside of Paradise Resort. EPSILON Axe still in and around the area. SHOCKWAVE decided to hold themselves back, wait for the circle to shift, and now they're going to move in, while Dagestan 77 do go down eventually.
The zone has shifted towards the northeast side, again going on that trajectory we saw in the first phase. Dagestan, though, that's going to be a bit of a hard point for them, but 1337, Lithuania moving in without an issue. No issue whatsoever. Tell you who we've not heard from. Tell you what we've not heard from, though, is S2K. We haven't heard a thing from them, but they're still here as a full squad. They have a really nice compound and a good entry into zone here.
It's a little bit tricky for a team to commit to the center of the circle. It's always tricky in any Sanhok map. It's why we see many teams play the edge of circle, because it can be easy to get third, fourth partied, especially at this stage of the game. Nobody is there for the time being. Shots are now starting to rain between SHOCKWAVE and EPSILON Axe RN. Azer, should I say, is down for the count. Nurza, Zarino, and Seiko staying back, and Leo Esports now moving in outside of Paradise.
They sure are. For RB, they're still here. 4 Romanian boys. Lawrence, he's still in here. He's just, I believe, in a shack off on his own, just trying to be very quiet, which I don't blame him. But EPSILON, Kratos is down. They have 3 still left alive. but there's a lot of teams around them. Shockwave looking at them on one side, ALPI on the other, Leo around the other side there. It's going to be very difficult, but we're watching Fearless now. He's going to try something, but it's not enough. The DBS is way too much, and Fearless is going to go out there.
Fantastic play from Leo Esports. Collected cool and calm, up to 6 elimination points early on in this game. They are going to get shut out, though, by the remaining players from ALPI. ALPI, a team not to be messed with. They will want to have evolved from yesterday's games and, like Lithuania, I suppose, kind of tune things up, tweak it a little bit, learn from their mistakes, and they're trying to find a lovely nade, throws off in the direction of Basanik. Standout player in my eyes across the lobby in yesterday's games. Basanik once again doing the job for his team.
He was indeed. He was adding a little flavor to his team, as Balsamic always does. ALPI, though, ooh, interesting. Leo able to just cut through ALPI. I do kind of like their defense there. It was fairly strong. I just think it was probably a little bit too split up there. They weren't able to defend that ridge enough, so once they came over the ridge, it was kind of a done deal, but nicely done nonetheless. It's going to be a good game for them. Leo, though, coming in on the other side there. Shockwave now realizing they've moved in through ALPI, so now they've got to get forward, but Breaking Team may put a thorn in their side here.
Shoot to kill also. They've been quiet so far. You highlighted it. Now they're starting to wake up. They put on their makeup and they find the rest of Leo. They pick off the bones from a very strong Leo game inside the Sanhok map. They can definitely be proud of the result. When you take all the damage, when you shoot all those shots, you're going to kind of hit that point where another team is going to pick you off. Good job and well played by Shoot to Kill.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't realize, I've been talking about that they were very quiet. I didn't realize they have 6 eliminations, so they're actually doing quite well for themselves. Oh, but is that their new target? They've just spotted Lithuania here. Uh-oh. I mean, they're both looking very even. 6 versus 5 eliminations. They've got the full squad each. They do... Hang on, though. We do have a soul. 1337 Imperium. Look at that map. They're moving in outside of zone a little bit, trying to see what they can see here.
Yeah, Lithuania are doing a great job of moving in cohesively. Again, still as a full squad, carving their entry point into the circle as the NEXGEN centers on the compound locked down by the side of Breaking Team. MABETEX as well, holding on to a strong position eastern side of this next circle in a 2-2 split, comfortably holding their backs quite well.
They are indeed. Shockwave now feeling the effects of having to move into zone there a little bit. English, though, looking really, really carefully at that vehicle. Unfortunately for him, there's not going to be anybody there, but as you said, I love what Lithuania are doing here, playing super aggressive. This is not the team we saw yesterday. They realize they have 6 more games left, and that's it, and they are definitely making the most of them.
Riding on the momentum, learning from the mistakes, right? Maybe feeling naturally a bit more comfortable in this lobby against the teams from Group C. Who knows, can they continue going into the remaining games? Well, this one continues to go down and tick away. We lose players, Shoot to Kill, finding one of their players getting knocked to his knees.
I love that that was the POV from 4 Romanian boys. He's just chilling so quietly. Actually, I've seen that only once before, using a smoking vehicle for a team to go, nah, surely there's nobody there, right? No, there's somebody there. You gotta be careful. But MABETEX now feeling the effects of Lithuania right now. Oh, the Molotov!
The molly does a bit of damage, gonna slow him down as he gets behind the rock, pulls off a first aid. Kenzo in the distance with the M4 spray does more damage to Lithuania. They need to watch their backs as Shoot to Kill get involved, third partying on this fight. Astic is left on his own. He has 0 health left. That's gonna be Lithuania silencing Shoot to Kill perfectly as Lithuania are up to 8 elimination points in this game. 5 teams are left as the next circle shifted in the direction of both of these teams fighting for the chicken dinner.
Beautifully done, but that's an equally beautiful Molotov, I think. They're gonna have to be very careful that they don't get caught out on that one. That's just allowed MABETEX to actually res up their teammate. They're still up to 2 now, but now on the other side, we're seeing more action happen, and actually Breaking Team seem to be winning this one.
Lovely Molly put Shockwave down to 1 player. It's going to be a 2v1 as the blue zone starts to close in. He's unlikely to get the revive. It's going to leave him on his own. Potential third-party shots from Lithuania as they exit compound as well is not going to be easy for either of these teams. So Breaking Team, in my eyes, just need to do everything they can to pick up all the elimination points. 4 Romanian boys. Lawrence finally goes down. Credit where it's due. He gets his team a top 5 finish, so a handful of placement points at least. So we find our final 4 teams in the mix.
Ooh. Oh, nicely done. A little bit of a double whammy there, but we're down to 2 teams already. Imperium 1337 and Breaking Team. Never mind, it's actually down to MABETEX. There we go. And these are both teams that need some points here.
2v3 in the first game of the day. Both of these teams from Group B that played yesterday's games. MABETEX has showed their strengths in a big way across yesterday, and they're following forward, while Lithuania won a beautiful turnaround in aggression, in control, double-digit eliminations. They have the body advantage as they move forward, snaking through the grass high.
Oh. Here we go in. Oh, and it's down just to Lithuania. What a fantastic win coming in there. Oh my goodness me. Finally, we see these guys come to life. We've been waiting for it all evening, all yesterday. With this first game, they have such a great game, great start to them. I tell you what, I'm not going to cast a curse them, but last time we saw the winners of Sanhok go on to win 2 more games. So can they do that this time? That's the trajectory I kind of want to see for them.
I kind of want to go out on a limb and say that was the best performed chicken dinner game we've seen so far. Okay, did they hang around the blue for a little bit too long? Possibly, but when you're talking about controlling the later stages, phase 4, phase 5, when you talk about really putting that chicken dinner in the palm of your hands, it was perfect by Lithuania.
It was. It absolutely was. It's really, really good game. I mean, I can't stress that enough. It was confident. It was aggressive. Yeah. There was no hesitation. And that's what you love so much, right? It's those teams that have zero hesitation because they know this plan is good. They know they can do it. It's not just all in guns blazing without a plan. It's calculated, and the confidence that comes behind that calculation. That is what you want to see. And that's what pays off. 24 points.
What a difference a day makes, am I right? Massive result for Lithuania. MABETEX as well, though, picking up 10 for elimination points. Shockwave from Group C, showing an element of strength, playing around Paradise Resort, not getting too close to EPSILON Axe, understanding that maybe playing around is better for the late stage in that Paradise Resort area of the map. And yeah, it was kind of very even on points after Lithuania, at least.
Yeah, it was for sure. Interesting, though, we see Team ALPI, who have done a fairly decent job so far, only get 1 elimination point in that round. And Sigma, one of the new teams to the scene, only as well with 1. But I think so far, I think the big surprise has got to be Dagestan 77. I mean, this is a very well-known name. And 0 points on the first round. I mean, hey, who am I to judge? You know, it's only the warm-up round. It's going to probably take a couple of games for these guys to really get in the groove of things with this new group. But I think I may have expected just a tiny bit more.
Look, Sanhok as a map is a bit of an outlier, right? We talk about the strength of, let's say, Lithuania, very well deserved, but within the context of the other maps, Sanhok is a bit of an outlier. It's a bit of a anything and everything goes in that map because of how small it is and just the 3 islands within the train. 5 more opportunities today, at least for the likes of Dagestan, 77. So let's see if they can turn their fortunes around. Let's head to a bit of a quick break and we will be back for game number 2 in Erangel.
Test. Watch how we flex, kicking real fresh, cause we are the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest, tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Cause we are the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we are the best. Let's go. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best. Let's go. Test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Yes, let's go. All right. know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. Cause we out the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for Europe. Just like Neptura's headphones, Lithuania have stripped away all the badness from yesterday and got themselves a wonderful chicken dinner in the first game of the day.
They absolutely did. I'm super happy with how they performed in that game. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us on Erangel Imperium, or rather should I say what Erangel has in store for these teams. It's not been a kind mistress so far. It continues with that playing path to maybe not be so nice now.
It's definitely a rough one, similar to the first Erangel game we saw yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, with the playing path very heavily south. Will make it challenging for the teams that like to go up north around the George Paul area. Yasnaya, possibly School Roshook Apartments.
Most definitely. Just kind of waiting to see where these teams are going to go. I mean, I remember Enigma GG, they've changed their drop spot pretty recently, just today, just this afternoon. So I'm excited to see where they're going to be going, where their new drop is. Also, any hot drops that might occur. I doubt it's going to be so much of an issue coming into the Erangel as it was on Sanhok, but I think we could see some interesting things. It all depends, though, on where that zone goes, on who is going to be the winners and the losers here. 1337. I'm keeping my eye on them. They're going to be going over to Novo as our Breaking Team, potentially. Now, Breaking Team in that last game, I did like what I saw from them. It was a much more confident play coming in there. They saved themselves for that final few circles, and the circle does go down to that Miramar? Hello? No, the military base. Oh, that's tickled Imperium, as I don't think it's tickled any of these teams. They're fuming right now. All the more reason for these two to get on with it.
Oh my lord. Look, at least the teams can't complain that the circle doesn't match the playing path, because it's very southern playing path, very southern circle. Indeed, a bit of a hot drop happening now between Shoot to Kill and Sigma. Sigma are a team coming into today's game, so Shoot to Kill obviously may not have been aware that another team treats Milta as a hot drop. Very accessible on the southern playing path. Great teamwork from Shoot to Kill. Good attempt from Sigma with two players pushing up, but again, they had all the angles covered, and now they're going to use this and push forward to try and get the squad wipe.
Oh my goodness. Down to the 1v1. It's not quite happening, and down they go in the end. I'm just really surprised, though. Aztec able to get two of them with the M16 on burst mode. Did you see that? That is, I have never seen anything quite like that.
I mean, what? No, I think the M16 is an undervalued weapon in burst mode. I feel like it does a massive chunk of damage. The recoil on that burst can be a tiny bit tricky. But for me, it's such an underrated weapon, in my opinion.
It can be, yeah. I just don't love the burst mode because I'm so much faster single tapping it with my thumb. But I also, AR a mini, so that could be just me. Maybe not everybody can do that. I really don't know. It's just one of those things. I think often I find that these teams lose a lot of fights because they refuse to put it in single fire when they can fire faster than in burst mode. Often it's just because the bullets are too slow. But I do agree, the damage is really good, the recoil's not bad at all, so it is a really good weapon. The burst mode, the insistence on keeping it in burst mode is just a little much for me.
4 Romanian boys. Oh man, like a lion chasing down a gazelle. I feel like David Attenborough right now. You know, now we see the lion in their natural habitat. I can't really do a proper British accent. I don't know if you can, but yeah, I felt like
No.
David Attenborough there.
Yeah, no, I'm really, you know what's crazy? I'm really bad at English accents, which is funny seeing as I'm half English. I can
You
do
do a
American
great
ones, but I
American
can't do
accent.
English. Oh yeah, yeah, I do a great one of those for sure. I'm like, it is true, but it's funny. I can't do English accents. There's something about them. But anyway, I kind of like what 4RB have done here because now they've put Ocean in a really harsh predicament of this
Yeah.
sandwich between 2-2 split of 4RB. I'm questioning slightly the chase of Akashi down
I know,
down onto
I
Akashi
know.
there. It just feels mean because it's so early in the game. But you know what? It is what it is, and they've actually put themselves in a really good position to get rid of the rest of the team. So we're gonna have to see how they do it from here. I'm gonna be really interested to see how Ocean handle this.
It's also going to be tricky for four Romanian boys because there could still be a team that comes in from behind, right? And so they've got to stay composed, collected, and aware of what's going on around them. We see a team going for a rotation, S2, making the rotate move from, I believe, Primorsk area of the map over onto the far western edge of the military island.
Oh, nice little dodge there. Very, very close to going down. And you're right. On either side, you have Enigma GG on one side, and you have MABETEX on the other. Ocean gonna be going down to a solo, but that is not the end of the danger for 4RB here. You were quite right. This could easily be turned into an Ocean situation by these two teams.
Leo heading towards the far southern tip of the mainland and moving across to the military island. A very cool rotation, one that I'm definitely a fan of. I think there is a team that is swimming across as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I can't quite see based off the map feed, but still I
think
do
that's
like Leo's
KASIK,
rotation.
yeah.
KASIK, yeah.
No, it is a good one. Yeah, I think KASIK have probably had the same idea, which is going to pose a slight problem because probably KASIK are going to get there first as MABETEX take on one by one the four Romanian boys. It's all going down right now. So they do get one knock, but the cavalry is coming. They have to get that knock up quickly because look at the rest of the team. They're really quick to get that backup coming in here. But actually, are they going to actually take the fight? They look like they might want to move away from it, but no, they're taking it.
Four Romanian boys looking to push MABETEX away from the compound. I appreciate that MABETEX prioritized getting the revive onto their teammate rather than maybe trying to go for the flush, understanding that the opposing team was always going to maybe go for the counter attack. So really staying up as a full squad is very good. And MABETEX have picked up an elimination point for it. So well done by MABETEX. That was one of the dangers once again, like I said about four Romanian boys, needing to be aware of their surroundings and watching their backs.
Oh, interesting. Leo have not actually made that jump yet. They're waiting for KASIK to move over. So nice from them. That's a good spot to see KASIK on the other side there. That is a really nice nade, though. Just going to flush him out in the open. Does go down eventually, but that nade is going to do a little bit of damage. They are not wasting time finishing these players, though. They're going straight back at it.
For Romanian boys, it feels like bit off more than they could chew on the entry point to Military Island. It's a tricky area of the map to control in this kind of circle. We see phase 2 pop up, and it is confirmed to be, well, okay, like 90% confirmed to be a Military Island finish.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can really count that teeny tiny little entryway really onto the mainland as part of the zone. That's really just a landing. What's those where it's a landing spot really for those teams on the mainland to just dive off into the chaos that is going to be waiting for them on the other side of the bridge coming in there. I also noticed though SHOCKWAVE just now moving into that initial phase 1. I think they still went up to that Severny area, had a nice, cool, calm, collected loot phase, moving past Dagestan quite easily as well there. So Dagestan, if they don't get a move on,
For me, Neptura, they shouldn't be going anywhere near the Eastern Bridge. This kind of circle shift, when it basically excludes one side of the island, it does naturally open up an entry point for one of the sides of the island. In my opinion, SHOCKWAVE should be going for the western side of the island. They should be going for the western bridge across into the circle. For me, kind of sticking to this area of the mainland and towards that eastern bridge is just, they're going to hit a brick wall to me.
Yeah, I would agree, especially when that team trying to gatekeep that area is shoot to kill. I mean, we've seen them do some cool stuff before. I almost want to say, Imperium, that I would go for Leo's position. I would go straight up there.
Okay,
it's nice
fair.
and open. You can push easily. Try and gatekeep him, push him into a bit of a corner against that cliff.
That's a great point.
I think that could be a really easy squad wipe. But no, they have decided to take the harder fight in this compound. And at the moment, Seiko is not having a fun time.
He gets knocked down. Azer chunked down to half health off the back of a nade. Another nade goes out from Discrim. Very effective play to move SHOCKWAVE further back, and another knock comes through. Wagner with the DBS tries to find it, but no. The UMP does the job. SHOCKWAVE down to just one player now.
Well, I guess that nerf did something, because the UMP beats a DBS, which is news to us. But Razorino, he has to leave as a solo. And as we said, that was just the wrong decision, unfortunately. As SHOCKWAVE, they're going to have to go on as a solo. Oh, what a shame. They were looking good. They had a nice, decent loot phase. And now, see, Dagestan have done what Leo... have gone to Leo, as I said, SHOCKWAVE should have. Leo just down to that solo. So Dagestan getting some really easy points where SHOCKWAVE could have had those. It's a shame.
Much better decision making. And it's not even one of those decisions that, in my opinion, is kind of like, oh, well, you're only saying it's a good decision because it worked out. Genuinely, it is categorically, mathematically, a worse decision to do what SHOCKWAVE did. 100% it was. And it was much better to do what Dagestan did. And the fact speaks for itself.
Absolutely, because the thing is that SHOCKWAVE did not wait to cross that bridge until the bridge was heavily in zone, right? If they wanted to do, if they wanted to do a super late rotation through a lot of that blue zone, then yes, the bridge was probably a viable option because no one cares at that point, right?
Yes.
But it was too early to make that bridge crossing.
Boom.
So, yeah, it was just wrong timing for that strategy. Otherwise, if you're going to make an early rotation into zone ahead of the blue zone, then you need to do something else. Don't take the bridge.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Teams located inside this military island quite comfortably would be, well, okay, EPSILON, even though they're down to a couple of players, they're still in a good position. Credit where it's due to Breaking Team. They're on that massive radio tower overlooking the likes of Novo, that military base train. It's a great position to be in.
Yeah, fantastic. I always love when it's in zone because it's such a prime spot for teams to move into. It's almost impenetrable, right? You've got so many cliffs surrounding it. There's really only one way up and one way down. So, well, there's many ways down if you want to have some fall damage, but there's only one way up. So, you know, the likes of 1337 who look to be trying to challenge that position, they're going to have a hard time. Junior has to get up with his squad. He has to group up because they cannot do that one by one. It's just not going to be possible. The thing, though, Imperium, that I'm seeing is ENIGMA also making their presence known. 1337 definitely see them there, and so do Rush. So it's a bit of a little bit of a train effect here. Rush sees ENIGMA, ENIGMA sees 1337, and Lithuania by BR as well. So it's definitely going to be an interesting little effect coming in there on that south side.
What's your thoughts on MABETEX locking down the C buildings and inside the military base? Is that going to be risky for them if the circle shifts away? Do you think it's kind of the best move to make?
I think it's a solid play to be making. I think Dagestan could definitely pose a problem to them if they decide to take those cliffs. But yeah, I think it's a solid play for now. If that's going to change as teams start to make positions on the higher ground, then maybe, yeah, it could pose a problem. But for now, I think it's a really solid strategy.
That's fair. That's fair indeed. And the next circle shifts down in their favor as well, going for a southwestern shift. So very well... just very well in their fortune, I suppose, for MABETEX, as well as S2, once again, also inside that police building of military base, should I say, and shoot to kill, pushing on forward. Off the back of getting a bunch of eliminations. They're up to 9 already. They take a bit of damage, but they're able to trade against the side of ALPI and pick up an elimination or two.
100%, but still, yeah, interesting. BR able to keep their spot, able to defend quite easily there, but looks to be like they're moving out. They have to. Yep, that zone has moved to that south side. So unfortunately, as always, that nice area is not going to be in that playtime. They're not going to be able to use that for much longer. Now 1337, they're continuing that trajectory of momentum that we were seeing from them. They're now going up against Rush Team down it to the south side. Shockwave, in the meantime, that one solo does go out. Yeah. So we do have 12 teams remaining, rather. Unfortunately for Shockwave, they go out with 0 eliminations.
They do indeed. 12 teams left, 35 players left in this game. The first Erangel game of the day, and we have a categorical military island finish. You gotta love it. It is once again going to be an element of an outlier when it comes to kind of maybe trying to give context on how the rest of the games are going to go for these teams, because military island is just a beast upon itself. But for the teams that are doing well in this game, such as shoot to kill, they're taking full advantage.
They really are, and the numbers speak for themselves, honestly. They've got over 10 eliminations now. Yeah, 3 each, except for Engush, who needs to step up. Come on, man, where are you? But I have to say, in this new zone, I'm really looking at S2 right now. They're looking really, really strong. They're really looking like they have this down. They just have to make sure that open area does not bite them later on as these teams get a bit closer. But for now, a really good split in the center of zone.
Shoot to kill, 12 eliminations.
Man.
Will they meet their match? Will they meet their maker in the form of Dagestan 77? A fantastic rotation from the north side of the map, heading down to the very southern part of the coastal line, knocking down Leo a peg or two, moving across, and now they have a bit of a stranglehold on the north mountainside of the island.
I love what Dagestan are doing here. What a great play coming in from them. Yes, it's slightly outside of zone, but they're making sure they get any opportunities they can. Oh, as shoot to kill goes straight into breaking team. Dagestan again could take full advantage of this. Now shoot to kill don't know where to go. They're getting pecked at every side here. One does get their vehicle knocked out, but again, the zone is going to S2 here. It's going to MABETEX. It's even going to EPSILON now. And they're making a great advantage of it.
Drop the base, baby. We're heading right into the center of the military base for the end part of this first Erangel game of the day. MABETEX finding themselves comfortable on the northwest side. You mentioned them, S2, dead center, even Rush down on the south side. It's a bit open, but they have the I don't know what you call it, but like the little tunnels that they're able to use, get a bit of cover, utilize the rocky high ground. It's a good position for them to be in. Plus, kind of away from the madness.
Yeah, it is. It gives them a really nice open area to try and get those rotations coming in because, you know, the likes of Ocean, the likes of BR, they all have to sort of come in that direction. And so that is going to be able to funnel those teams toward Rush, at least get a few more eliminations before they have to do something there. But we'll see how that goes for them. EPSILON, in the meantime, have a really great position. I almost worry for them because you do see a lot of teams just going to be able to come rushing down that hill and maybe overwhelm them. But in terms of the cover and the compounds, they're looking really good.
Well, they're limited to what they can do as only a 2-person team. So the best thing they can do is kind of be happy right now that their position is inside the circle and hope that should they get breached, they're able to defend it accordingly. The last player, Leo, goes down. Dagestan picks up another elimination. And yeah, looking a lot more confident compared to the first game of the day from Dagestan 77.
Yes, most definitely. Really looking quite good there. S2, though, man, I keep coming back to them. They're looking so strong to me, right? They've got such a nice split. You know, I talked about yummy splits coming in there, and some people laughed at me, but yummy is the right word because it's just so good, you know? They got that really strong position. They're able to talk to each other in that position. They'll be able to do some really good stuff as long as they hold it together, not panicking, not getting silly with it, just keeping calm. I love that for them. Dagestan as well in a great position to do some great work coming into these final few games. Zones, not games.
They've already done a lot, getting a knock onto one of the breaking team players as well. So certainly pushing teams back around them as much as they can within the opportunities. MABETEX, I said, had the C building locked down. They moved a little bit away from it now as two of their players push forward. Dagestan moved down from the mountain into the oil tanks of the base. That's what they are. They're oil tanks as far as I know.
Oh, yeah,
and
they
now
are, I guess.
We're just kind of seeing the calm before the final storm, where the next circle's going to go and what teams are benefiting and what teams are not benefiting.
Yeah. That zone, yeah, it's going to center up.
Oh, wow.
I think we knew where that was going to go. Nice. I love this. I'm immediately expecting BR to push Rush and MABETEX to push Dagestan. EPSILON may take advantage of either of these plays here. BR could also try and get over to EPSILON in that compound, but I don't think that entry further into zone would be as advantageous as pushing Rush right now. But Rush in a great position. Mori, he does have to come into zone, but he could do some real damage first.
It's about slowing the teams around him down, such as, of course, breaking team, to make it a little bit easier for his teammate. Again, only 2 players remaining for the side of Rush, 1 in the circle, 1 out of the circle, as you just mentioned. That circle shift on its side now is one Dunkin' Donuts would be so proud of with how center it was. It's like a perfect donut-shaped hole in between the blue zone and the edge of the circle. Now, the side of breaking team move in. They get into the edge of the circle. I don't think they know that the player from Rush is inside that bunker.
Oh, I don't think they know at all. You're quite right. Oh, unable to make the trade without getting knocked himself. Dreamy gonna have the upper hand on that one, and I think that is gonna be the zone taking him out, dealing heavy damage that zone. Oh my goodness. All the more reason why these teams want to now move in quickly as possible.
Great play by the breaking team, to be fair. They knew where they wanted to go, and they just made that push across. Great teamwork and just unity across the board, and not leaving it too late as well. On a side note, so they don't take blue zone damage. They got a lot of information, so yeah, well done indeed. Still 7 teams alive, 18 players, shots being fired out across the distance. S2, this is what they've been doing. They've been kind of picking off a knock here, picking off an elimination here, just creating that virtual barrier from the location they have locked down. Very well done.
Yeah, super good. I will say it's been a super quiet game for them as well, though. Sure, they've picked off teams, players here and there. They have 5 eliminations, but this is often what you see in these teams that often get called passive, and it's just not. They're holding that position. They're saving their energy for that final phase, and they're working towards that win. So for me, it's full green flags all the way around for me. They're looking really, really good. We'll see where this next phase puts them in. Dagestan could also have a big advantage here, but with MABETEX so close, it's hard to say how that fight would go if the zone does go up there.
One kind of point that you touched on about S2 is they've only been picking players off. Their utility must be very high. Their armor and their helmets must be at high health. So in terms of that late game and the ability to use utility and sustain themselves, they're really setting themselves up for a big opportunity to grab a chicken dinner as the next circle is about to show up. Jesus Christ.
Okay. You were asking me yesterday if, the zone was handed to Team Spirit there a little bit.
Exactly.
I said no. This one I have to say yes. That's completely handed to them.
Incredible. You couldn't
don't
ask
get
for
much
a
better
better...
than that.
No, it does not. It's also not bad for EPSILON as well. They do need to move across the road, but with Dagestan being put under pressure from the likes of MABETEX, the only team that's really going to stop EPSILON as a duo is the side of Breaking Team, who do have themselves set up and are very close to the edge of the circle.
Yeah, 100%, but it does look like they're battling against a Breaking Team there. MABETEX using that to crash into some walls. Nicely done, way to go there. But they look to actually be going around to that side, around to those, whatever those are, what are those great big pits there, what they're driving up to now? I don't know what those are actually called.
I have no idea.
Either way, they're not even going there. They're going straight to this warehouse. They're battling S2 head on here. I'm super interested to see how this goes. EPSILON go out, though, unfortunately for them. But hey, Breaking Team have 4 eliminations now.
It was always going to be tough. I was kind of floating on a wing of a prayer for EPSILON to make it a cross-the-road Breaking Team, even though one of their players got knocked. Again, getting the better of EPSILON. Rush still have a player left alive, by the way, who is inside the circle, so that could be a bit of a thorn in the side for Breaking Team. MABETEX, all they could do is really push that building. The fact that S2 are separated is honestly okay for both teams. It's kind of worked out. They're coexisting for the time being as Dagestan gets a player knocked down at the hands of S2. This is what S2 have been doing best across this game inside military base.
Tell you what I'm loving here is Breaking Team. They've done such a good job. They're very reminiscent of what Lithuania were doing in the last game, of just coming back stronger than ever. They had a quieter day one. Here they are for their final day of the league stage. They are ready to pounce on whoever they can get their hands on. And it's working so much more in their favor. Here they are, top 5, 4 eliminations. Sure, they don't have the 14 eliminations of shoot to kill, but hey, it is something. And it's something that's far better than what they were doing yesterday.
Also, great consistency as well. 9 points in the first game, looking to somewhat match that in the second. In this second game, if they at least can get in towards the top 4. The circle shifted once again in the favor of S2. Let's make no mistakes about it. This game is set up for theirs. The fact that MABETEX is inside this compound with them is tricky. However, again, the best thing they can do is just focus on the open terrain around them. Again, create that space, pick off eliminations, and when it comes down to it, it probably will be MABETEX versus S2.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If Breaking Team can make it to where they're trying to get, then potentially it will be them, but that is going to be a really nice cheeky angle there. Not going to happen. I have to agree with you. Yeah, it is going to be MABETEX coming into that top 2, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Dagestan going on down there. Rush Team eliminated out in that zone, I think. So yeah, it's gonna be Breaking Team down to 1, but they've played it so well that it's really not a bad game at all. I would not be disappointed with how this game has ended for them. They've done such a great job getting into this really tough zone, to be honest. So we have now the final 2. Heaven with a massive off angle for some reason.
MABETEX is a 2-man team crashed into the building, have played this military island game extremely well, being in a bit of a fight across the way, starting all the way back on that western bridge, but now they find themselves in the top 2 and they know they have to push in, right? This is the last circle and it's centering up on S2, plus the bodies alone is going to give S2 the advantage, and Nade gets chucked out from Heaven, not quite finding CX, but again putting him under pressure. The tickle damage come through, but Haisu on the off angle finds him, but instantly traded. Now it's just one player left standing from MABETEX. Can he find it with the DBS? He gets one, not quite enough, and that is S2 grabbing this chicken dinner in Erangel.
Beautiful. I mean, that was coming from the get-go, right? The minute that zone started going towards them, I was like, nah, this team is one to watch. Definitely something about the way they were split, the way they held onto it was looking so good. Also, I think the other thing was the way other teams weren't bothering them. You know, sometimes you'll see a team come into those zones and pinpoint onto a team, target a team that is in the center who may have a strong position, but maybe that team is finding a weakness. The team that coming in is finding an opening somewhere, a weakness that they can get into. And with S2, that weakness just was not there, so teams didn't even bother getting next to them. They just left them alone, tried to find their own way.
Well, for me, I think it was the fact that nobody really expected the circles to shift directly onto the base. In those kind of games, normally they do shift away from the base, so I understand why they weren't really hassled. But again, I think this is a prime example of it's not the position you have, it's what you do with it. And S2 grabbing 22 juicy points in this game.
They absolutely do. I always say the zone, the game can give you whatever zone it likes. It can give you the win, but you have to take the win and do it yourself, right? The zone can go your way, but the teams will not. They will not kowtow to you. So you've got to get that win yourself. You've got to grab it from those other teams, and they definitely did that. You do see a lot of teams on the other side of the spectrum, though. 3 with 0 points on the board from this game. When you're down to these last few games for some of these teams, for Leo, it's really not a good start.
And even kind of Lithuania, right? Only getting 1 point, so really cuts their good result from game 1 in half, or the points they secured from that. So I think they found aggression, they found an evolution. I think the next chapter for their story in these games is a bit more consistency. Breaking Team, we highlighted them, 9 points in the first game. I believe something similar in the second game. So yeah, if Lithuania can take a little bit of a leaf out of Breaking Team's book and continue with a higher level of consistency, they'll set themselves up quite nicely for the finals.
No, I think they absolutely will. Yeah, that's a good point. You want to just take a little bit of that coming in for yourself, as you're quite right. They did find a really good focus for them, a good rhythm coming in there. You saw that continuing, but it just did a good job, rather, you know, coming in. They tried to keep that momentum going, but they got shut down quite easily there. So yeah, they have to just try and figure out how they can work around those harder zones and try and keep that consistency, as you said.
Definitely, we're 2 games in of day 2 of the PMSL EMEA qualifiers, and we will be back for game 3 once again on Erangel. So don't go away. I'll see you in a few.
Alright, it's crazy, yeah. Y'all know what time it is. It's not a test. Watch how we flex, kicking real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest, tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best. Let's go. This is not a test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. Alright. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest, we're the biggest, we're the biggest. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. We're into day number 2. We've had 2 juicy games. Now, Tori, let's have a look straight away at the overall standings and where they look for all of these teams. And of course, to note, this includes all of the teams that played yesterday. So, of course, the teams from Group B, they've played 7 games. But for me, I kind of want to try to highlight, it won't be specifically on this page, but I do want to more try to highlight the teams from Group C who are playing their first 6 games today.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. And, seeing any of these, Group C on that top of the board, but they're continuing to do a really good job here. It's not a huge gap to really come into, right? Number 84 points. That's fairly doable in 6 games. So we definitely could see a shift towards those teams towards the end of the night.
Yeah, definitely. MABETEX Lithuania kind of showing their prowess in these 2 extra games today. And this is it, right? This is a team I kind of want to highlight, and it might be very easy as well because they won the previous game. S2 team on 25 points, already up into the top 16, but only 2 games played.
Yeah, no, it's such a good result for them, and it's a very promising result, right? They must be feeling so now.
It is
just because they're only 2 games in. They've got tomorrow as well. Are on them right now. They're already feeling like they're inside the top 16. Yes, there's a long way to go. 25 points is not going to qualify them, but it's a darn good start.
I noticed SHOCKWAVE as well on 10 points. They had a good start to the day with their Sanhok game, but ended quite badly with the second game in Erangel. We do see playing path a little bit similar. Phase 1 is at least away from the military island, which is nice, but it certainly isn't the best in terms of the landmass available. Is shoot to kill, and Sigma once again battling in around Milta.
These 2, man, they just refuse to not do this. Zone has gone completely the other direction. It's with the DBS. Oh, and it's a double whammy from Aztec. Oh, Sigma, y'all gotta change something. It's not working, honey. You got to move to a different location.
Oh my
okay
God.
To change. It's okay to change.
The sass?
They're like this.
The sass? The sass with the honey? Oh, honey, you gotta find somewhere. Oh my God, I can just imagine your fingers like clicking, you know, and you're like doing the head movement. Oh, girl. Oh, honey, you gotta,
girl, for
you
be
know?
For real. Absolutely, yes. I ain't gonna beat around the bush, man. I'm gonna tell them what they need to hear. Go elsewhere. Yeah, Milta is not the only loot spot.
You're dead right. I 150,000% agree. Now this phase 1 being so heavily on the western side of the map, the playing path kind of ended up around the southwest. What this is going to do, and all these teams need to naturally be aware of it, is that you're going to have a cluster of teams coming in from the western side of the map, not just the center coming in from the east, apologies, not just the center east, but the northeast and the southeast. So really rotating early away from your loot spot, in my opinion, is going to really benefit you.
Yeah, it would indeed. I'm just looking now. Yeah, SDK with that 4 points coming in on the board. It's a good start. I mean, we have to talk a little bit about STK, right? Because they came in last game with 13 eliminations. I think it was probably like a top 8, top 7, so not a huge amount of points, but more than made up for it in those eliminations. So far, looking to do it again with another squad wipe there. I mean, they're looking very, very confident. This is one of the teams in Group B, so only have these last few games to really get those points. So far, Imperium, they're really not letting that opportunity go.
No, it's just kind of taking the confidence boost from one squad up and moving it into the next, and they are definitely performing like a well-oiled machine when it comes to most of the team fights. The big reason why they're going down not late game is because they've already maybe lost a player in the blue, or they're kind of getting a little bit picked off. Not in those 4v4 fights. They are definitely winning most of them. Teams are starting to move into the circle already, though. Credit where it's due to the side of Ocean. Ocean's on fire. They're moving in early along with the players from Leo. Rush do loot up George Pull on the south side, so they're already there. So it's nice to see teams moving early into the circle.
I really agree with that. Moving in early, not necessarily for a center position, but in early is always one of my preferred ways. When I give advice to any team, it's always, as long as it works for you. Obviously, every team has their different strategies, what works for them, but moving in early is always a nice sign for me that the team is ready, that the team is confident, and that they are planning ahead. A team that comes in on the edge, unless that is their strategy that they've thought out, it's often a last-minute sort of idea, especially somewhat among the amateur teams, right? So for a team to come in early and to try and get set up, to me, that brings a sense of that professional mindset to me, that shows me that this team is ready to compete really, really properly. So I do enjoy that coming in from both of those teams. Rush as well in a really good spot here. South Georgia Pole, they'll be looking to get some more eliminations. They've had a fairly quiet day so far today. Definitely not the start that we saw from them yesterday, but again, a different lobby altogether. So it makes sense that they'll be a little bit quieter on this one.
Shockwave once again had a bit of a tricky time. Not tricky, but just kind of elongated time to get to their Severny drop spot. But they got there in the end, and a little bit benefited as they now move away into the circle coming from the shooting range train. They'll have the kind of northern edge of the circle across the river pretty much to their own for the time being. But they should I say, they need to kind of recognize that there could still be a team or two moving, like I said, in through the northeastern edge of the circle, such as Enigma. So Shockwave will want to be very aware of that.
I'm just trying to watch Breaking Team here. What is going on with them? They're just bumping into everything. Eventually get them free, though, and it's about time. They've got a long way to go until they get to that zone. KASIK a little bit more on the ball when it comes to getting inside that zone, right up against Leo right now, but I think they spotted that in time. They're going to be moving straight away from that, all kind of centering up around the base of Everest. What is interesting is that although you see teams moving in really quickly, we have nobody on top of the mountain right now.
Yeah, that's something I was observing, then I kind of forgot about. But well observed, just 4 Romanian boys gatekeeping the edge of that western bridge, and MABETEX are going to hold on, will move across as a full squad, mind you, quite heavily separated. Seox is on his own.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. I mean, it makes kind of sense that they would kind of go in one by one, but at the same time, I'm going to renege on that. It doesn't, right? It makes sense if you're trying to scout out the location. Nice little spray there. Gonna get one. Is he going to get two? No, he is not. He is not. But to me, the push makes far more sense across that bridge if you're going to go together. They can't take you all out, right? But like this, as a 1-4 every single time, absolutely they can. And they will if they absolutely can. Oh, but Downey... Wait, no! Imperium, he knocked out a teammate. Oh, no.
I don't know if he actually did. I think it was just simply coincidence of shots being fired in that direction, and yeah, the car hitting him. By the way, I really, as phase 2 pops up and goes very heavily up north, I do appreciate what MABETEX did, because instead of kind of going, okay, well, we're just going to stand here and do nothing, They were like, look, we're kind of losing this fight. Let's see if we can do something with it. And they did. They picked up a couple of eliminations. They're still in the game. And 4 Romanian boys are now the team that's under more pressure from the likes of Breaking Team.
No, absolutely. I will agree with that. You know, they pushed back a little bit. They didn't roll over and kind of that kind of push from RB. They go, well, actually, you know what? We want to take it from you instead. How that? So nicely done from MABETEX. I can appreciate kind of turnover. ENIGMA, on the other hand, though, they've gotten themselves a nice little spot in the very south side, not quite little, but next to S2. They've moved in, said, hey, we're the new neighbors. We'll see how that goes for them. ENIGMA losing one early, unfortunately, in a big split there. That makes sense if the zone wasn't completely centered up on this area, but I think maybe have been a little bit too much of a split coming in from them if you've got all these teams also trying to make their homes here.
Very tricky phase 2 because a good chunk of it is water encapsulated, so the amount of landmass available is very limited. Plus, when you factor in the northern side of the river, which credit where it's due to Shockwave, that's not really going to be an ideal spot for the late game, so no real team is going to be there, like I said, bar Shockwave, who move in from that northern side. So you're seeing a massive cluster of teams in around that George Paul area. Credit where it's due, though, as Dagestan have Everest locked down, which I think avoiding the city this early in the game is very commendable for Dagestan.
Again, what we're seeing though with Rush Team is what S2 did in that earlier game, right? A nice 1-1-1 split across there and a nice little square, but Aztec rather going up against Breaking Team. Oh, it's so even. This is the Breaking Team I've wanted to see for ages.
It's kind of like they've taken a leaf out of Shoot to Kill's book and gone, okay, we're going to play in the blue, we're going to play a little bit slower into the circle and see if we can pick teams off on what, again, is a very, very tricky one-sided circle across these first 2 phases. So well done to Breaking Team. They still haven't gotten the better of Shoot to Kill. Shoot to Kill are a tough team to conquer, but I appreciate Breaking Team's effort.
Absolutely, yeah, I really do. Oh, as Aztec goes out to the zone. And I've said this before, but sometimes when it comes to controlling teams, sometimes it's not so much about the elimination points, but it's rather about just controlling teams and making sure they have a bad time. A beautiful angle from Dreamy here. I love this so much. Dreamy, you are my hero, man. Look at what you're doing to this team. You're making sure they stay in zone, they stay damaged, and they stay out of the game in the long run.
Yeah, that's going to be Aztec eliminated. That puts Shoot to Kill down to 2 players. My God, Dreamy being a nightmare more like it. However, the dream has been shattered for Breaking Team, and they are out of this game. Good effort nonetheless in game number 3. Push now coming in for EPSILON onto the members of ALPI. I think Frank was possibly knocked, but that's going to be DBS after DBS. Plus, I think with a potential third party going to put a bit of pressure onto EPSILON. Yeah, KASIK coming in and getting a knock, and now a nade goes out. Not quite finding it. A revive being pulled out from Kratos.
Nicely done there. ALPI need to be a bit more trigger happy with this. There we go, finally. I don't know if he was healing up there or but he should have been right on the ball there. EPSILON do go out in the end, but I think that had a little bit to do with a third party coming in from Crates over there. Well, again, 1337
yeah, but that's why
Lithuania.
But that's why ALPI, to kind of credit them, they couldn't really push down because they could have been the team that got third party. So I actually think the discipline was very good from ALPI in that moment.
Yeah, perhaps, definitely. I just think they could have maybe chosen their angles a bit better and then tried to make that push. Maybe they didn't have grenades. I'd have loved to see some throwables be taken down there, but maybe sure. they're the boots on the ground. They will know better in terms of those angles. But Rush with again, I keep saying this, but a massive split now. That it doesn't look
Yeah,
that
that's a
big
big split.
on the map, but if you have been there, that is a huge split coming in from Rush. It's going to be interesting to see if that works for them. Certainly the zone agrees with that kind of split, but I don't know that in practice that's actually going to work out in their favor. You've got a lot of teams who will want to take up that space.
They have to move together at least as a 2-2 split, like a direct 2-2 split. Your fear in that regard, I totally agree with. As the circle shifts towards the South George Pole buildings, it's good for Lithuania as well. Remember, there was a game yesterday where they moved through crates, and there was a team that kind of spoiled their game a little bit. However, they survived that and they got a very good result. So this is a familiar setting for Lithuania.
It is true. I noticed that as well. It's like, oh, I've seen that before. We have seen them do that yesterday. I'm just, hello, 4RB. What are you doing out over in this edge of the zone still? My goodness me, but they do want to move in. I think there they had a little bit of a spray down onto Striker, and that may not have been their best move because they've attracted the attention of Dagestan. They did get that knock, were able to get that revive, but now getting into the zone is just going to be that much harder for them. Somehow, though, STK, his teammate, came in and was able to move past 4RB. Not sure how he managed that one, but he does, right into the rock that, and they're going to stay there. They're going to go, no, we meant to do that.
Let's see if it pays off for them. Lots of shots being fired in the direction of Discrim is going to force them back down the lower end of the Everest train. 13 teams left, 37 players alive, being picked off little by little. Shockwave moved in from North George. They lost a couple of players, but they still have 2 left alive, surrounded by S2 and Enigma, so cluster teams on that far western edge of the building.
Just trying to decide where this is going to go for teams. There's still so many of them left alive, right? We're still up to 13, and they're on all sides. Dagestan, a big split coming in from them as a 1-1 split as well. That's super bold for now, paying off, getting knocked onto 4RB, but I don't know. Is it going to work in the long run? You do have STK up there, but he is going to be coming on back. He just wanted that couple of eliminations, take up that ridge. Yeah, very disciplined. Nice timing this kind of on this kind of positioning.
It's still not massively comfortable, but in terms of carving a spot for yourself into the circle, very well done by Magnum. And now Nate is going to be chucked out in the direction of the smokes. It finds Robbie a little bit, only tickles him, doesn't confirm the knock. Another one, but Robbie is able to move away. That dip is on one hand good for 4 Romanian boys, but it's a haven, it's a magnet for nades and mollies.
It is, but Leo gonna take out their enemy right here. But I love what 4RB have done. They've used that, and they've taken that momentum, put it up, and thrown it right back in the face of Dagestan, using that to instead move up the ridge, throwing smokes, using that that time where the nades were being thrown as an advantage, going, hey, if he's throwing nades, he doesn't have his weapon out, so we can push that. Really nicely done. Great way to try and get out of that ridge there. For Lawrence, it has worked, but he's got to be super aware of the teams around them because now everybody's looking at that smoke.
They are at least in the circle, so they technically don't have to move away from that dip. KASIK in the perfect position, utilizing those 3 warehouses outside of South George Pole terrain. Leo Esports as well. Inside the hospital hill, they are looking to doctor themselves a chicken dinner in this 3rd game of the day, while Shockwave move across the road into the northwestern edge of the circle.
A bold move coming in from S2 on this side of the zone. Makes sense, they're going to be pushing, trying to come around a lot of these teams, but what they have to realize is that a lot of this property is already taken, so they have to be very clear about their angles with this one. Kaya just getting a little bit of that damage on towards himself there, but SHOCKWAVE as a duo again somehow did not make it into this zone as a full squad, but that doesn't matter. That's not going to stop them. I said you gotta keep clear of those angles, make sure you're not sitting in front of any windows, and what do? They sit in front of a window, so hopefully Wandu can get rezzed back up, but with SHOCKWAVE looking straight at him, his teammates have got to do a lot of backup here.
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
Really?
Come on. You gotta know that's not gonna work, especially straight away.
Bruh.
At least let the smokes bloom a little bit, at least kind of provide a small bit of hesitation to your opponents, maybe allow them an extra second to potentially move away from locking down that position. That was really poor decision making from S2, and a surprisingly poor bad decision as well.
Yeah, it was, and I also have to blame Jakey a little bit for that. That could have still been kind of brought back to life a little bit if he had used his windows, his angles to cover his teammate, but he did not anything.
That's
not a
fair.
thing. So that is unfortunate on both sides. So double bad decision is going to be resulting in that knock. They might actually be able to get that revive as Mohawk gets that medicine on just in time for the zone, but it's not going to matter. It's not. Leo has this angle, this side of zone locked down. I think Ocean did have a few eliminations over onto Dagestan, so if they did be done on their part, those are points that they need. But getting into zone is their next challenge. I don't think they're up for it.
Leo Esports just sending prescriptions to the players from Oceans on Fire. The prescription being back to the lobby for you guys. And now, Frooks, the last player standing for his side. He does have 4 Romanian boys on the other side of the hill. I don't know if he's aware of that. It's going to be tricky indeed as the next circle is about to show up. And it shifts away from the South George Paul buildings. Once again, right into the loving arms of KASIK.
Oh, we've seen this zone before, haven't we, Imperium? We saw it yesterday. These warehouses were most definitely inside zone as they are now. And again, these splits, these square splits, I'm really loving the look of them. They're super strong looking to me. 1337 have a long way to go into zone, but actually, the way they've been playing the last couple I like how, or the last couple of games rather, I like their odds here. If they do a full send over into KASIK, they'll have the opposite side of the angle from Leo, so there shouldn't be too much of a third-party opportunity there. Their only problem might be Rush trying to have a piece of the pie.
They want a piece of the Erangel pie. Rush gonna find their own piece and knock onto Lithuania. Lithuania move across looking for the players of ALPI. It's not quite inside the circle on a side note, but it is gonna be that tiny bit of entry point. And again, look, eliminations could benefit them it will benefit them, but it's kind of like, look, we're gonna find it hard to make it into the edge of the circle. Let's go for all the eliminations we can. But ALPI are not making it easy. A lovely nade knocks down Wood. Third partying is gonna make it even harder. Fank finds another, and Lithuania being picked off one by one in amongst the smokes. Junior just shoots, fires, sprays, hopes for the best outside the building. Fank defends the building. ALPI are still alive on 7 eliminations.
What a great job from ALPI. We saw glimpses of this team yesterday, but nothing concrete, and this is finally the cement that we did for them to come on in to get these kinds of eliminations. A great defense as a duo, okay, fine. They had a little bit of a help from KASIK on the other side there, but Lithuania should have absolutely won that, but they were super strong there. Well done, ALPI. But I tell you what, the fight doesn't stop there. KASIK up to 5 in that compound. Leo as well having a great position. That zone is still on them right now, so they can just relax, have a break, and just pick off teams one by one. Unfortunately for ALPI, does mean going down to 1 officially, so they've had those eliminations, but maybe not the placement.
Leo still holding on to the hill of hospital as a full squad, I might add, so that's very beneficial for their end game. KASIK also up as a full squad, Rush up as a full squad, so 18 players with 3 teams on the full squad. It's just the last player from Oceans that really is kind of stopping Leo from focusing extremely heavily on the final moments of this game. They take him down, and now Leo can look ahead.
I tell you what though, Oceans, that's 3 points going their way. Wasn't that what they ended day 1 on? So in that game, they've doubled yesterday's points. Improvement is improvement, and they have been trying different things. So nicely done from Ocean. But we move to the team still alive. Ooh, Rush has to move in now. I don't see Shockwave. They seem to have gone out in the chaos while we weren't looking. S2, however, somehow are still in here as a duo. That initial mistake costing them one of their players, but no more than that. So they still have a chance here. It's going to be hard. I tell you what, it is going to be really hard to fight these teams while Leo is watching over the entire lobby.
Yeah, this game, in my eyes, comes down between Leo Esports and KASIK. Leo now going for a bit of a 2-2 split, opting to move further away from the circle to take out the members of 4 Romanian boys. That's really well done. It's just kind of covering their back, so great teamwork as they have 2 players positioned on the edge of the circle, overlooking once again the warehouses that KASIK hold on to.
I like this from ALPI as well. He's just watching and waiting. He cannot go much further than this without being spotted. So if he can get any sort of knock here, any more eliminations coming through, that would be fantastic. But even if they can't, I think they've done a fantastic job here. They should be proud of this game, and they should move on forward to the next one as a full squad, fresh and ready for it. And it comes down to, oh, he's gonna try and get the snake in, and actually, unless Leo spots him, these teams might actually be too busy to watch him.
Well, it's just that little bit of ground is just slightly lower down, so he might be able to swing around, avoid Bascada, and make it to the edge of the warehouse. Again, KASIK at this stage aren't really going to be looking for the solo players. They're going to be looking around them at the likes of Rush, at the likes of Leo, at the likes of the remaining players of S2. No, unfortunately, Bego can't make it. You could say Begos can't be choosers. Thank you very much for that pun, and he goes down.
Well done, well done. Yeah, nicely done. Oh, you know what? Nothing is holding on harder than that corner of the house against the zone, and those 2 in there. I mean, oh my goodness, the nade is gonna get him if the zone does not, though. Really good play coming in from Rush team.
Fantastic from Mori, but now as the circle shifts away on phase number 8, they need to move across the road. Let's hope they've collected a good chunk of utility in the form of smokes that they're going to be able to create multiple paths, because they're going to need to create multiple paths. Okay, Leo Esports need to move into the circle, but they're high ground. They can wait. They can spray down on top of Rush as Rush look to move across. They made it this far, they made it that far, but it's not just Leo, it's going to be KASIK looking in their direction.
Oh, it absolutely is. Rush actually have a really good opportunity here because Leo aren't really looking. It's KASIK who are going to be taking down Mori there, the first player around coming in. But here comes the full fight. It's a full send.
That's what they have to do. They have to try and overtake one of the warehouses, but maybe they left it too late. Maybe they just got picked off one by one too much, and KASIK are at least going to be able to stay alive. Rush team goes down. We're left with 2 teams, and Leo Esports are going to take full advantage, moving down the hill into the buildings. Fire, earth, wind, and rain. Leo Esports looking for the chicken dinner in Erangel, but Sanhok with the shotgun in his hand. Just one player left for KASIK, the lone survivor inside the warehouse. Is he just going to be pure stock? No, he is not. He's going to fight till the end. Gets one, gets the elimination, but it's Leo Esports to claim the chicken dinner.
GG's coming in there. Really, really good stuff for sure. Oh my goodness me. And you called it, man. You called it. It was going to be Leo versus KASIK coming in there. I mean, and fair enough, Leo did a phenomenal job there. The way they controlled those teams, such a good job. Really nicely done. KASIK had the win in the bag there, but you know what? It just happens one at a time. They kind of go down a little bit. He did go for that elimination confirmation rather than another player, which is kind of fair enough. If you're doing a 1v3 at that point, maybe just go for the second place and go for that extra elimination.
Definitely. Yeah, of course. It was the best he could have hoped for. I don't know exactly, and I'd really have to look back what KASIK's formation was in the final 2.5 minutes of those warehouses. Would they have been better off joining up as a 3-man team or arguably a full squad in 1 to 2 warehouses and leaving 1 to rush? Could that have benefited more? Who knows? However, it's still a good result as Leo get 23 points.
Yeah, really, really good. I'm not so sure. I really am not sure about that. It could have worked in the long run, or in the short term rather, but I think in the long run could have hurt them. But for that initial push, absolutely, I think that would have worked against Leo Esports coming in there. But as we move on down the leaderboard, you see a lot of teams with 1 point going their way, no placement points whatsoever. And that's one of them is Breaking Team, who had such a good run last game, continued to have a decent performance, I thought, in this game, but that just did not convert into those points.
Yeah, you can get into the late game per se, or when I say late game, as in like phase 5, phase 6 as much as possible. But if you don't find the eliminations, and it's the brutality of the point system that was introduced in 2023 over to 2024. There's just scarcity amongst the placement points, so you're really kind of relying more heavily on being aggressive, as we see in the evolution from the likes of Lithuania. So yeah, Breaking Team, good foundation of movement, but you've got to kind of be more cohesive in taking team fights, and hopefully they will be able to do that.
Yeah, I think that's a great word, cohesive. So often we talk about consistency and trying to keep, you know, that consistent front coming in, that flow. But really all that rhythm comes back from that cohesion, that synergy as a team and cohesion in your strategy. So excellent point there. I totally agree.
Well, let's head to a quick break and we will be back for the final Erangel game of the day. Do not go away. See you guys in a few.
struggle's all I know. I'm working hard to get mine and never letting go. And nothing's gonna stop me. I battle to the end. I'm gonna make you think twice if you come around and try me again. Yeah. Burn it up, got the fire in me. No one's stopping my victory. No dropping me to the ground, 'cause it's going down undefeated. I don't know what you heard, but I came to win. I knew it wasn't easy, but I ain't giving in. They said it couldn't be done, but I never turn around. It's gonna take a lot more than that to keep a man on a mission down. Yeah, it's about time that you wanna know. I never back down, so you gotta go. Burn it up, got the fire in me. No one's stopping my victory. No dropping me to the ground, 'cause it's going down undefeated. Rise it up for all to see. Keep on living my destiny. No dropping me to the ground. Yeah, it's going down undefeated.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for the EU region with myself, Imperium, and Neptura. Now I can't stop thinking of what your actual name is, because we were talking about it during the break. We are 3 games in of day number 2. 3 very important games ahead, especially for the teams in Group B, right, Neptura? Because this is their last opportunity across these 3 games to secure the points required. After that, it's out of their hands, right? They're relying on the other teams around them to fall, to crumble. And we talk about the kind of cutoff point, I believe about 82 points. Only a couple of teams so far from Group B have gone above that. All the others are kind of lagging, and they really need to use these next 3 games to extract as many points as they can.
Absolutely. I think it's almost surprising. I think there's two different points to this, right? I think it's almost surprising that the amount of teams have been unable to achieve those 80 points, right? We've had a lot of teams actually fall way below that margin. But at the same time, I think that's a compliment to how even the lobby is in terms of skill level, right? You don't have 1 or 2 or 3 teams dominating over the rest of the lobby too much. You've got everybody kind of wavering between 40 and 80 points, with only a couple of teams actually making it above that point. So I think they're actually looking really, really interesting, and it's definitely going to come down to that last game, I think.
It is. We haven't shown the leaderboards, but just to give you guys a bit of an idea, Rush Team and Shoot to Kill, both in Group B, are on 91 and 89 points respectively. MABETEX are on 62, Leo Esports are on 57. So across these next 3 games, they're definitely getting quite close, at least based off their average. And then behind them are Lithuania. So I will kind of be looking out for those teams. No disrespect to the teams in Group C, right? Because they'll have 6 games tomorrow to really make it count.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. I think I wouldn't want to be in these teams' shoes because we're getting to that halfway point. Of course, you know, this is the nothing I could say could ever be more important than that zone.
Like, are you Maxman and Zute combined?
Maybe.
You know, are you this, because you're if you don't mind me saying, you're originally American. Yeah.
Yes.
You live in France.
I do.
Zute is American. Maxman's French. You must be the 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 cursed brainchild of Zute and Maxman. Because we haven't really had a normal circle. The most normal circle we've had, by the way, was today's Sanhok game. Every single other circle, even the Miramar games, have been pretty damn cursed.
That is true.
I'm putting two and two together, and I make it 15.
Oh my god, is it my fault? Oh my god, I love it. I will own it.
You're
I will
so
absolutely
evil.
own it.
I love it.
I'm so
Oh my God.
toxic. It's true. Because I want to see some fun games. I want to make these teams' life a misery when it comes to these. Oh, but Ocean, no, you could go through, but no. Sigma, okay, I will say one thing. Sigma took the advice, did not drop Milta. Great, good job, but now Ocean are feeling the effects of that, so it's not nice, it's not good, but you know what, it had to be done for Sigma to get some points.
I don't really kind of hold that against Oceans on Fire, by the way. I think the idea of an early rotation to Military Island, I always say that if you're going to rotate to the island based off this kind of circle, either do it super early or super late. It is super early. It's just one of those things. They only lost one player, not the worst thing in the world. And I love the point you made about Sigma not dropping Milta, so well corrected by them.
Yeah, no, it is on both sides. I totally agree with you. That's why you see a lot of teams use that 1-3 split when crossing bridges, because if there is somebody there, they'll know about it, and they only lose one player. So nice to see Ocean also using that tactic there. That's a good one to use. Breaking team could have a bit of an issue. Oh, but interesting. I tell you what, Imperium, Lithuania, that 2-2 split they used in the buildings on Sanhok, and I said, nah, they knew that team was there, that one duo of Enigma. I think actually you're right, because they just did it again.
Yeah, it's just very well executed by Lithuania.
Yeah, really nice.
And again, they normally hang around Novo, right? So understanding this phase one and how it's so heavily to the west, and they could have stayed to the edge and possibly picked a team or two off coming from the eastern bridge, but I think when you're talking about kind of evolving as a team and playing more into the late game, it's really well played by Lithuania. I couldn't ask for better.
No, absolutely. I totally agree. They did a really, really nice job there. Again, very forward thinking when it comes to that zone. And either strategy would have worked very well. We've seen plenty of teams over the years do that same thing of kind of gatekeeping that bridge a little bit, trying to pick off some teams. They could have even gone to where Breaking Team were in the last game, that great big satellite tower up top. That'd have been perfect. It's still slightly in zone. Could have done that. A very safe option, but a very good option. Instead, they've gone for that end game rotation. They've gone, nah, we want to have our position, we want to hold it down, and we want to win this. So I really appreciate that attitude coming in from Lithuania. I think it's going to serve them well if they can continue that throughout the game. That's going to really do wonders for their points. Sigma, on the other hand, did find them there, so they did see that. They took that mental note and went, I think we will go the other way. Gonna find a different spot. ALPI, though, I had hoped for much more from them, but it looks like they've just gotten caught out on rotation. Down to a duo. My heart breaks for them. They looked so good coming into that second Erangel.
You highlighted Rozhok as an area of the map that you like, so I'm sure at least makes you happy that a team is around that part of the map and well executed by Dagestan. The tricky part with this kind of circle, Neptura, is there's no guarantee it's going to be a military island finish. You could still move heavily up north in around the Ferry Pier area. And what's interesting is nobody has moved into Ferry Pier yet. Nobody's looked to kind of lock down that part of the map.
No, they haven't. I find it interesting that ALPI have gone up north as well. They're not making a beeline to zone, just going, okay, whatever, we have to get to zone. They're taking their time to think about it because they have time. So I appreciate that from them as well. On the other hand, though, Lithuania, oh no, down to a solo. What have Sigma done to this team? And now they're on the chase. Oh my goodness me, look at them doing that. really well done here. A little slow, perhaps, if they really wanted to make that chase. It's a little half-hearted from Sigma, but I think they're quite happy to just farm up those 3 knocks that they got and take this compound for themselves. Much, much better showing of skill from them.
I'm trying to think who got the eliminations onto the members of... Okay, 2 players are knocked, so we've yet to see those confirms come through. I presume it was Sigma that got the knocks. Yeah, because now they're on 2 eliminations. So yeah, Sigma switched things up. Right now, they're last in the leaderboard with only 1 point. So already they've tripled their total points in 1 game. It might that is in no way meant to be a negative. That's genuinely a positive. It's never too late.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Never, ever too late. And we've seen, we've seen what solos can do, right? It's not the end of the world if you're a solo. There's still plays to be made, especially when you have a zone like this and you're early onto that probable next zone. You've got an early position. I think there's wonders that they can do here. We did see, of course, who was it? There was a solo for RB, I think in the last game or the game before, managed top 5 as a solo just because he had position. So still hope for them.
Lawrence,
especially with that zone.
Yeah, exactly. Shifts on over. It's still encapsulated in the majority of Military Island, so edging closer to it ending once again on the island. Ferry Pier is still in play. Nobody gatekeeping the western bridge. The eastern bridge is a clean entry point for shoot to kill, despite them being in the blue. So yeah, cluster teams up on the north coastal line of the mainland, so things should get a little bit interesting on that part of the map.
I have to say this zone is really very non-committal when it comes to which side of the water it's actually going to show up on. These teams, man, they don't know which way to go, I think. Certainly for Dagestan, certainly for Leo coming in here as well. It's going to be a tricky one. EPSILON as well coming in here. Marin will end up going down, though. Shockwave gaining some much needed points. I really don't know what has been up with this team. We've seen them do so much good stuff coming into, previous seasons, but this time around they seem just a little bit shy, a little bit hesitant, perhaps a little unsure. Maybe there's been some big strategy changes, perhaps something like that, that's making them a little bit more laid back, a little bit more cautious. But not cautious is these 2 teams going next to each other. Oh my goodness, that's a crazy graphic.
S2 went onto Ferry Pier before Rush Team. The early bird catches the worm, and Rush Team have been caught up by S2. They do trade the knock at least, and they being cooked up by Baboon. Not quite. Now S2 need to find a trade. Mori is back up, by the way, on his feet, so a full squad in the hands of Rush Team should allow them to potentially turn this one around at tour.
Indeed. Oh, but the nades keep on flying. We're really seeing a massive nade meta come in, right? We saw it at the beginning of 2022. We're seeing it again now. Those nades really becoming part of that major aspect of gameplay, which I love to see. I love a good nade. I love a good Molotov, especially coming in here, but we will see how the rest of them can make it happen. Certainly has been an even fight on the on this upside of things a little bit there.
I don't know. I've got to presume that S2 were separated in a 2-2 split on that fight, right? Because I don't imagine that the 2 remaining players of S2 disengaged that quickly. Maybe I'm wrong, but it very much looks like that. And if that's the case, really poor decision.
Yeah, Again, it might be one of those just little hiccups where you have a team that goes, oops, that was a miscommunication. Maybe that was just a bad decision on somebody's part. And that zone, though, is not going to help them, right? It's not going to be kind to any team that hasn't made good decisions. It goes away from S2. Unfortunately for them, they've had such a good couple of games, that would be nice to see them continue that. But as a duo that far outside of zone, it's going to be difficult for them to do.
It is going to be very difficult. Still, the Western Bridge is yet to be kind of gate-kept by a team. Now would be a bit of a time to do it. You have the building, set of buildings just on the low ground to that Western Bridge on the island. That is a bit of a starting point. This fight is going down between 4 Romanian boys and Oceans on fire. A knock comes through into unknown, and the final blow comes through 4 Romanian boys. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Oceans on fire, a couple of easy eliminations for 4 Romanian boys.
Hey, they're up to 3 now, though. Dagestan as well. Both of these teams needed some points coming in here. I think 4RB have been a little bit more consistent when it comes to getting those points and getting those placements, but Dagestan definitely needing some extra help when it comes to getting those points on the board. Luckily for them, they are part of Group C, so, you know, they still have tomorrow to work with. STK, on the other hand, do not. They have to make the most of these games, and unfortunately, their next victim is going to be Enigma. You know, at least this team is another Group C'er, so they're going to have another 6 games tomorrow, but it still hurts a little bit.
It always hurts going down early. Leo, they lost a player, but they are going to swim across the water onto the northern tip, and KASIK are going to be waiting in the wings. If you're going to pull off a swim rotation like that, it has to be within the first maximum, in my opinion, 2 circles. I understand why they waited because of the potential, the circle shifting up north. But again, it's just too late. You need to find another route. A shoot to kill are going to find the pops onto Dagestan. Dagestan walking right into the hands of shoot to kill.
Oh my goodness, it's a field day for STK with the DBS. Gets one, but not the other. Dagestan have a little bit of breathing room here. They just have to heal up a little bit. Striker gonna be busy trying to get that knock confirmed, but it's not going to happen just yet. Dagestan still in the running here.
They are still in the running, but down to just 1 player. BLY with the DBS, finds one, finds a second, finds a squad up, and will be able to get the revive on the shoot to kill, shut down in this final Miramar Erangel game of the day. A circle shifting up north. Man, I don't know. I feel like we should have a petition for the teams to get Neptura in some way. What's that? What's exercise? You know, like exorcism. You know, I feel like we should bring a priest on board to try and like do some kind of exorcism onto the toxicity that you're throwing out there into these games. It's shocking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The bad vibes,
You're not
the
sorry
bad
at all.
juju.
You're not sorry at all.
No,
don't
I'm not.
lie.
You got
don't lie
me.
to us.
Oh, I'm just not. I'm so not. I live for these kinds of zones because it's fun. You know, us casters, yes, we're on the desk. We're here. We're giving you guys a show. But I tell you what, we're spectators too, man. And just like y'all, we love to see these toxic zones come in and these teams scramble. This is where the big juicy fights come in. This is where the 1v4s happen. This is where the sprays out of the car happen. Lithuania, oh, that stings.
They went for the push. They went for, as the final player, just went for glory to find some kind of building and breaking team. The final player was there first. ALPI moving in. I think it's Fearless on his own. Shockwave is a 3-person team. Nice to see them coming into kind of stage 4 as a 3-person team. Hopefully they'll be able to, you know, get into the very late stages of the game. Definitely their best game so far. Let's see if they can ride the momentum while KASIK team look to protect their coastal line position. Being quite unified now, they need to start to kind of join together as a team and protect arguably closer area of the map, but as a unit, which will be more effective.
It's interesting to see the teams at the north side of the zone, really using the terrain to their advantage here. You have Epsilon again with a really nice mid-zone position. We seem to be seeing them do this often now, and it is a really good spot for them. It's slightly out of the way, so I'm not sure how much third partying they can actually do here, how much gatekeeping will be done from this position, but for now at least, to get them into the next zone, it's a definite nice springboard for them. It's the same with KASIK. You're seeing them do the same thing as well with those hillsides. They, on the other hand, could have a really good opportunity against 4RB.
I would like to see Kratos move a little bit further down south to the rest of his team to try and maybe get a bit of information on teams that are on the south side of the road. But in terms of that split, I love that position of the island that Epsilon locked down. Let's see if it goes in their favor, and it pretty much does. They have that northeastern edge.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it kind of does. I tell you who it does not favor, though, is MABETEX. They have that nice little ridge there, but they've got to move out of it. I mean, luckily for them, on that side of zone, it was 4 different solos right now, so could maybe be a bit of an easy entrance for them, but SHOCKWAVE aren't going to allow them to move in very well, and it looks like Epsilon are already looking to make moves.
Yeah, of course, you react to the circle accordingly. I think they're confident they have their backs covered, and Kratos should look to move closer to the rest of his team. Doesn't necessarily need to get into the circle, but at least closer, so should they get put under more pressure, they can deal with it accordingly. SHOCKWAVE also have a great position and a great spread on the southwestern edge of the circle. They're kind of protected for the most part, and they have a lot of space to move around.
Oh, I like this from MABETEX. Really good push. This is really strong from them. They don't know that it's a solo necessarily, so they're being overly cautious for a solo, but, if they don't know, then they're playing it right. They're playing their cards right. SHOCKWAVE have a really good angle onto this compound, though, so both teams here have to be very careful.
I think Wandu was aware of that and threw out a smoke to protect his back a little bit more, so that's really well played from the final player of S2. And MABETEX, I think, playing with a tiny bit of caution, not wanting to get third-partied on their own side. So this is, again, pretty good from MABETEX, just being calculated.
Interesting. MABETEX are on the top of the leaderboard right now because they are a full squad with those 2 eliminations. You see SHOCKWAVE with 6, which is a really, really much better game than we've seen from them so far. But they are down to just a trio, so you've got that hierarchy coming in there where MABETEX do have that full squad to their advantage. Epsilon and KASIK, all 3 of those teams are still running as a full squad, so could be really, really good for them. ALPI, on the other hand, 0 eliminations and 1 solo remaining. It's going to be difficult for him to do anything from this point on. I think the best they can hope for here, Imperium, is some placement points.
Yeah, but it's going to be minimal placement points, right? With still 7 teams left alive. Breaking team go down in 8th place. 20 players are left. 3 teams do have a full squad up. That's MABETEX, Epsilon, Axe, and KASIK team. If I was to put my money on it, if I was a betting man per se, I'd put this game in the hands of either Epsilon or actually SHOCKWAVE.
Yeah, I really like SHOCKWAVE's odds here. As long as the zone goes somewhat in their direction, they have a really, really good chance here. It's very reminiscent of Team Spirit from the last Miramar. I think it's going to be a really good spot. That zone is not as friendly as it might have been towards them, but I do think it could go very well for them anyway. They just have to be a bit more careful, a bit more proactive. I really want to see some more proactivity from them. That's how they're going to be able to win this.
A possible... See, I don't think MABETEX can even kind of... There's nowhere really to crash at this late stage of the game. There's a little shack that ALPI's Fearless holds down, but as a full squad, you don't really want to crash there because of the amount of teams around you. So, yeah, a bit of understandable hesitation from teams across the board. And KASIK reflect inside the shack. Molly's being thrown out by EPSILON as he looked to move forward, but he's still alive. How is he not going down?
He has bones and vests and helmets of steel, but even that is gonna go down to some bullets going down there. Reflect. Not able to reflect a mirror off of him, putting his shape elsewhere. Not gonna happen, but nice backup from his team. Really, really good stuff there. That's what I want to see. When I see a team having a split like that, they need to be working together.
EPSILON Axe have been knocked down to just one player, unlikely to get the revives as he's kind of on the other side of the road per se, and has one player from an opposing team in front of him. So Penchik moves in, confirms the eliminations, and is going to get the revive onto his teammates. So great teamwork. And Shockwave, no, they're going to be shot in the back. They need to turn around. Wagner gets knocked down. Azer and Razorino need to turn their attention solely on MABETEX, and I gotta say the timing of this push by MABETEX was perfect.
It sure was. It's doing the most right now. They're still up as a full squad as well. This is not looking good for Razorino. The epic name will not save him now. It's now just down to Azer. It's just down to him. It's the 1v4. Look at them crawling over this ridge like ants, man. They are not slowing down for anyone or anything. Shockwave right run over. Boom is right. It's done. Sanhok's getting that 5th elimination for them.
There's a reason why MABETEX are currently 4th in the overall standings, right? Their execution on movement, on rotation, the timing, absolutely spot on, as well as the teamwork. You can't ask for better as Phase 6 will move into Phase 7. 5 teams, only 11 players left.
Only 11. I think that's actually a lot. Actually, we got 2 full squads in here out of the 4 teams, out of the 3 teams. As EPSILON goes out there, but we're not used to seeing multiple full squads in the top 3. Certainly not so far today. So it is cool to see that. But the zone goes away from MABETEX. You know who it goes on to, Imperium? It goes on to KASIK. Once again, full squad, 4 eliminations. They've been very quiet so far. They've been having good defensive plays, but they've not been doing super aggressive moves right now. Now is the time, though. They've got to do something. They've got to stop MABETEX from pushing in, which means they cannot get knocked here.
If there's any team that can make this work, it's MABETEX. I don't know if they're aware that there is a solo player inside the shack. They've got to at least be aware of it, and they're moving over. They were able to scout in, and they find another shack. How well will it work out? KASIK need to react very well. MABETEX leave a player outside the circle, a bit of a sacrificial lamb on the off angle, but it's allowing the rest of the team to move in while that player in the off angle suppresses KASIK. Absolutely perfect from MABETEX. Chef's kiss, Neptura.
Yeah, there we go. Chef's kiss for you right there, because MABETEX, I just want to know how KASIK allowed that to happen. Hello? I mean, I guess maybe the angles weren't quite there, but they should have been much more on the ball with that one, I should have thought, to be honest. MABETEX should not have been allowed to get into the zone at all. They should have stayed on their side of the road, but it doesn't matter. It's happened now, still full up. A squad. ALPI somehow still in there, even though they know he's in that shack, but it isn't going to matter. Oron does join his teammates. You got a nice decent 2-2 split coming in from KASIK, but Oron just doesn't care about anyone or anything.
This is so good. This is so good. This is so good. Because, it doesn't really matter if he goes down. It's kind of 1v1. He throws a molly, wraps around, and he's going to go down. And even though Oron gets knocked, it's that player, it's that unknown entity that can really make an impact. that puts it in the favor for MABETEX, and now he moves over, looks for the revive. KASIK need to strike. Why aren't they going aggressive? They have vehicles. They should know Oren is knocked. They should be pushing to go for those eliminations and clear out. Even if it doesn't work out, I'd prefer if they just went for it.
Absolutely, I don't like this. Listen, it's a 50-50 chance if you push now. It's a 100% chance you lose if you don't. They've only been, pushing up just a little bit there. They're so careful. This guy should have moved up far further up. He should have gone all the way, but he's done what you see so often. They push up to a certain way and then just kind of fizzle out. A nice knock, I have to say. Good angle on that front, but now is the second opportunity. Everybody, come on, let's go. Pick up the pace.
But here's the thing, because they're separated, they needed to get the knock, and they need to take advantage of that, because there's a much higher chance that a revive is going to come through, which I think it has, but now a trade is going to come in, and finally they're going to push on in. DBS from Kenzo finds Reflect. MABETEX defending their shack like an iron fist, and just 2 players from KASIK are left because of that separation, because of that disconnect per se. They are going to be heavily punished. Coping is on his knees. He's not going to get revived. And once again, like I said, it's 2 against 3 in the favor of MABETEX.
Oh, that's a nice little knock, but is it going to be enough? I don't know. They're still up as 3. They still have all the angles. And KASIK going down 1 by 1 here. I don't like their odds. I still don't like their odds. But you know what? Maybe something can happen in the reverse.
The positive thing for Penchik is he has picked up level 3 helmet and vest. That is genuinely a big positive. But Kenzu is now moving in behind, and Pincer moving from MABETEX. This is the most separated that MABETEX have been as a team so far in this game, but it's perfect. They know he's at the crate drop, and Molly nearly connected, another nade connecting, and mini red zone reigning supreme tickles the damage onto Penchik. He's prone down, chucks up another smoke. It's 1 against 2. He finds it up, goes for the switch, and now it's 1v1. Kenzo knows he has to do it all. A first aid being pulled out by Penchik. Can he do the impossible, the improbable, the least that we expected, as he jumps on top to try and find a third person information, moves away, confirms the elimination. Now Kenzo should know exactly where he is, moves behind the tree, goes on to the tree by tree, pan across the way, just to send that message saying I'm not giving up. But the thing is, he allowed Kenzo to get the first aid off. Is that a flashbang? No, it's a smoke. It's an offensive smoke from Kenzo as he moves around, pre-fires the side of the tree, goes for the DBS inside the smoke, prones down. This is 1v1 inside the air. That is the side of KASIK to get the chicken dinner. Incredible.
What a play! KASIK snatching it back as a 1v3? I mean, oh my god.
Wow.
What a game. What a game from them. That was such a cool move on both ends. You saw MABETEX there with a great little nade, great smoke, and then Tepnik actually coming in with the first aid, edging through the zone just ahead of it to get the health back. Was just an insane play to come back in with that jump shot onto that prone player. How many plays can we talk about in just those few seconds?
Definitely the most exciting ending we've had so far across the 2 days of games, in my opinion. It wasn't a perfect game from KASIK. Let's be fair. They played separated. They gave far too much room to MABETEX, but when push came to shove, when it's all said and done, they got the chicken dinner, they got the elimination points, and it was overall a very strong game from KASIK.
Yeah, it was. They got the job done at the end of the day, and that is what counts. Shockwave as well. We got to give credit to them. 10 points on the board. Nice game. It wasn't the best defense at the end there, but you know, there's lots of different angles happening. The zone was coming in, etc. And MABETEX, hard team to beat at this point in time. But yeah, it was a nice game from Shockwave as well. Certainly better than we have been seeing from them. As we go on further down the board, I hate to say it though, but Lithuania losing steam a little bit.
Yeah, definitely losing steam. The consistency not quite there. When we alluded that that's something that they should be looking for a little bit more across their games today. 4 teams once again getting 0 points. That is very often a case when it comes to these toxic military island finishes. The second in a row for Erangel. Luckily, the map is over with, so hopefully we should have some nicer circles in the Miramar game. But let's have a look at the overall standings, at least for now, with 2 games left.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could have predicted this. SBG going to be losing that first place position because they're not playing. They'll be back tomorrow. But the teams that are still here, Shoot to Kill, Rush Team, MABETEX, Leo, Lithuania jumping into 6th place like that is looking really good. We're inching closer to that 80-point cutoff that you've mentioned before. MABETEX just 3 points short of that. So it is looking decent for a lot of these teams. It's not very far to go for some of the lower place teams like Team ALPI. You know, you only got 30 or 40 points to get there. But I have to mention quickly, MABETEX and Leo, there's a 20-point difference there.
Yeah, it is pretty big. MABETEX kind of carving their own path in a very confident way. For the teams that are in their first set of games today, KASIK team off the back of that chicken dinner, 18 points of their total 36 came for that single game in Erangel. So again, they need to follow that up with another strong result. They will still have after today's game 6 more to play. S2 team, they won the first game of the day, but they haven't really repeated that. And as we move further, it's unfortunately I think we can confidently say it's kind of game over for Oceans on Fire with 2 games left to go. And yeah, that's just an unfortunate outlier. It could be quickly followed by Enigma EU if they don't turn things around for the rest of today.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. My only hope holding out for Enigma GG right now is that what we've seen from some of the teams that have been okay but not fantastic in day one. Lithuania, for instance, doing far better today than they did yesterday. So while there is still a day left for Enigma, we could see a little bit of a change.
We could indeed. Let's head to a quick break and we will be back for the first game of Miramar and the second to last game of today's set of matches. Do not go away.
Living on the front line, the struggle's all I know. Working hard to get mine, and never letting go. And nothing's gonna stop me. I battle to the end. I'm gonna make you think twice if you come around and try me again. Yeah. Burn it up, got the fire in me. No one's stopping my victory. No dropping me to the ground, 'cause
Welcome back to the cursed PUBG Mobile Super League, brought to you by myself, Imperium, and Neptor. It is the EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. If you've been listening so far, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're just tuning in, you'll probably soon know what I'm talking about. Luckily for these teams, Erangel is over and done with, and the craziness of those circles, and we're heading into Miramar.
Land of the headshots, land of those DMRs. Let's go. I'm so ready for this. I want some snipers. Come on, guys. We see it so often in other regions. EU's lagging a little bit behind when it comes to that. We got to get that sorted. It's a nice plane path to get to those places where those snipers are, though, nicely across that map like that. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Hopefully we won't see too many hot drops. For these teams, you know, we want to see a much better result for them. And, you know, Imperium, look how nice I'm being. I'm not toxic at all.
No, don't fall for it, guys. She's luring you into her trap, into her web of lies. Don't believe it. But it is genuinely quite a nice playing path, and for Miramar, that is the biggest map landmass wise in PUBG Mobile. It is quite beneficial for all these teams. And to note, it's the first time that these two sets of teams are going up against each other in Miramar, so it is still potentially prone to kind of a hot drop here, a hot drop there, and early interaction, you know, in parts of the map.
No, that's very true. That is true in DD. Leo with a big split, though. You often see these big splits coming in on Miramar just because there's so much space, but teams have to be careful here. It often leads to one of those teams coming in and taking a player or two of your own, you know, losing them in that loot phase is really common on Miramar. The zone is not going to be too harsh right now. It's a bit of a hard shift because it's very much on that eastern side, but there's so many places to play from here. It should be okay for these teams.
Yeah, so much terrain to work around and some very valuable terrain to kind of lock down early parts in this game. Obviously, La Bandita is very central, but still can be quite beneficial. You have the hills of Los Leones, the mountain terrain of Impala. The only two, unfortunately, they're not really featured in the circle. The only two parts of the map that I will accept as a toxic circle is either prison or the two islands outside of the map.
Fair enough. Yeah, you don't have as many of those coastal areas as you do on Erangel. You know, those little edges that just dip out into the water to make those toxic circles. You don't see them on Miramar. So yeah, you're right. It's very much a land-based area. So yeah, you're not going to get those massively hard shifty circles coming in there.
Yeah.
MABETEX Kenzo, though. I just see him in the kill feed.
I know.
Hello?
Lithuania under a bit of fire. Was Sigma and Shoot to Kill being put under some early pressure. I know they've yet to have a player knock, but English can't really move. Okay, I speak too soon.
Little bit there, just as you're talking about him, he goes on down, but he didn't have much of a choice there. He had to do something. I like the representation of the Winchester. That's been a far better gun in the past couple of months than it has been in the past. But we are going to go back over to this now. They had 3 down. They now only have 1 dead, so that's a really good result for Lithuania. They've been able to take those 2 knocks and convert them back into usable players here, but MABETEX not going to allow them to be down for very long, be up and running. Down goes 1. That's a really nice trade-off coming in here. Sanhok does go down. Yaisu does go down as well. Silence doing the work. An excellent result for them. Now he's going to try and get some rezzing possible, if possible, but no, he's hungry for more. That's a 1v3 against MABETEX right now.
Fantastic by Lithuania, arguably keeping their fight for top 16 spot in their pocket. But it's 1v1. Both teams now going for a revive. Although Oren is gone for a first aid before the revive on the Kenzu, so that should leave Lithuania with a bit of more of a opportunity to push. Ducks around. Silence is going to get peeked out. Sliver of health left.
That unpeak, though, was amazing. Really well done reaction time from Silence there as Woodson now comes around as well. Oron trying to get him, but no! It is the return of the Burst M16. It's back and it's here to stay. Lithuania somehow make that squad wipe happen. What a great performance from Lithuania. Great comeback.
Against a team like MABETEX, that's an incredible team fighting. Like I said, Lithuania coming into this game on a total of 53 points. It could be a defining team fight win for them, right? In the chance of getting more points in this game and, of course, coming into the final game. Big confidence boost for them.
Absolutely, especially when they've been, having a little bit of an issue with the last few games. It's nice to see them start to come back onto their feet, but Sigma looking for that same feeling coming into this fight. They're closer than ever now, and they do have the advantage. Imperium shoot to kill, lost Striker and Engush, two big players for the team. They've lost them early, and now Sigma, all they have to do is make this push. I like this push from Sigma, though. The split is really good, but the 1v1 push up the stairs is not going to work.
Beautiful angle by Aztec. Gonna throw a molly. That should push him away. Probably will get the knock onto him, but don't fall into your own molly. Nicely disciplined by Aztec. Now, originally, Shoot to Kill got the first knock in this fight, so I don't know exactly how Sigma turned it around, but it's been turned back into the favor of Aztec and the Shoot to Kill side. Gonna look for a revive, so's Latte, and where's the last Sigma player? Why is he still across the road? At this point, he should be pushing across and joining up with his team.
Absolutely, 100%. I so agree with that. He absolutely should be. I was just thinking that. Where is this player? But it seems like he's finally done what he was supposed to do and crossed that road. Nice Molotov, going to put Aztec into a corner. And this is where really nicely done on that front. Latte trying to get that other angle. But it doesn't matter. Shoot to kill. Get eliminated. One elimination. That is all. Sigma picking up the pace. Nice to finally see that coming in on their side. And so they can live to fight another day.
They need these points. Lying currently in 22nd. Okay, they've only played their first set of games today, so they still have tomorrow. But in terms of giving them a potentially easier job, they need all the points they can get.
This really feels bad. I feel sorry for Enigma. They were getting taken out one by one by KASIK down below, across the way as well. EPSILON are behind them, and now SHOCKWAVE have decided to join the party. Really, really tough position to be in, but nice knock onto Razorino. Nice Molotov. He's going to try and pull back now.
Yeah, SHOCKWAVE. They struggled at times in team fights. They got stabbed in the back by MABETEX in the previous game. Razorino, like he said, down on his knees. They have the body advantage in this fight, but a potential third party from the side of EPSILON Axe RX will make things a bit trickier.
KASIK, in the meantime, taking full advantage of what's going on here. Look at the split they've got going on, the position they've taken up against this team as Enigma, as SHOCKWAVE make those points, hit the ground one by one. Enigma GG gonna be taken out there. KASIK, though, with a really good spot. This is very nice from them. They're starting to make that push in. They've wrapped around. They're gonna arrive, though, at the same time as EPSILON. Both these teams have the same idea, and SHOCKWAVE are the victim either way you look at it.
Yeah, this is what I worried a little bit with regards to SHOCKWAVE. They just need to try and secure as many eliminations as they can, and through the window, they keep this game alive. They find another one. EPSILON RX just being too disconnected, going in one by one, and KASIK are looking to pick up the pieces.
They sure are. This is why KASIK have been really good at these last few games, because they see opportunities like this and they go for it. May not work entirely in their favor right this second. They do have 1 or 2 knocked down right now, but SHOCKWAVE, I gotta hand it to them. They're still up as a full squad.
I noticed that too. Very resilient, and it shows their evolution of handling things under pressure. Okay, they still haven't won this fight, but like you said, up still as a full squad is credit to them.
Absolutely. The only thing I'm going to kind of harp on SHOCKWAVE about here, and I understand that they're not in a position to do that, but I would have loved to see maybe a little bit of a wraparound, because they know that KASIK are trying to get those knocks revived. I'd have loved to see a little bit more proactiveness from them, but I totally understand why they didn't.
The counter to that is they're still in the circle of phase 2. KASIK, in my eyes, the longer they leave it to push onto this fight, the higher the chance they're going to be the team that get third parties.
That's true. That is true. And Rush looking in the back of KASIK as well. This just got a lot tougher. This could be the moment SHOCKWAVE was waiting for. It's difficult to see more in person than on the map, right? Because on the map you don't get a feel for the different ridges that are coming through here. So, you know, Team Rush can't quite see KASIK, just as KASIK can't quite see SHOCKWAVE. But I find it interesting that KASIK have decided to pull back from SHOCKWAVE here. They were looking really good, but it looks like they've just decided to hold up here. Not sure I love this. They've put themselves in a weaker position to SHOCKWAVE, and now they're being pinched as well.
It's a weaker position in terms of control, but I think it's a safer position in terms of not getting third party. That's kind of my benefit, but I really understand, I totally understand and agree your point of view as well.
Oh, you know what? S2? Hello? Great position. That is a huge mountain to try and climb, and they're bang in the middle of zone. This could be a fantastic game for them. I love what this is doing for them. This is going to be really nice. They just have to hold it together.
Looking in other parts of the map as phase 2 shifted up, right? It's centered more around that junkyard, Minas Generalis area. S2, dead center, but they have massive high ground.
They do. They really do, and it's going to be really hard to aggress against that, right? It's just such a high cliff. Dagestan, on the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum, not on a cliff, they're on the low ground compared to Breaking Team. It's not in their best interest to stay in this position, but as these teams all move around Minas Generalis, it's going to be really hard to find anything better.
There are pockets of areas in around the mountains that you can lock down, but where Dagestan have moved is just not one of those areas. And Breaking Team, they're being proactive and defending this quite nicely, and they pick up 1 elimination point at least.
Yeah, I mean, 1 is all you need at the end of the day. That's what sets you apart from the teams who end up getting none. So 1 on the board is always better than none. We're going to be seeing them move up a little bit in those points. Now we just have to wait for these two. Are they going to end up having this fight at the end of the day? I really hope not, for Dagestan's sake. They need to move on. They have those angles where the ridge is protecting them from Breaking Team's position, and I think they could end up just quietly moving out of the space without too much damage if they so chose. I could also understand if they're trying to wait for the new zone. I think Breaking Team probably are doing the same thing, but this is just really precarious for Dagestan, and I don't like the open back that they have here. It's just too long to wait, in my opinion.
At least there's an element of flatness, so off the back of kind of phase 4 shifting, they can do something with it. Again, I really agree, it's not a good position for them to be in. They might be forced to kind of move into Minas, which in itself is not a good move, but when you're forced to, desperate times, desperate measures, as Sigma move in through the blue outside the northwestern edge of the circle.
I've just realized, I was wondering why there seemed to be so many players, and that's because out of the 13 teams left alive, we only have 4 that are not a full squad. There are so many players
That's a good
still.
point.
There's so many. If you look at the map feed, you've got 4 on the north, 4 in ALPI. Lithuania have 3, I think, but Breaking Team have 4. They're everywhere, and that's gonna make it so much harder for a team to sneak through.
A nice central shift on phase 4. It does go a bit up north, but honestly, I think it's the best kind of shift that most of these teams could have asked for. We won't really have too much core rotational movement, bar the teams down south and, of course, to the west.
Ooh, nicely done, but the backstab, that is a backstab. Interesting. Nicely done from these players coming in here. And the DBS is going to take out Sigma. It was a good effort. 4 eliminations on the board for them, but that was all they could muster for this game, unfortunately for them. But it's better than the 0 they had at the start of today. So it's fine. It's okay. What I do like seeing, though, it's unfortunate the zone has moved far away from them, but Oceans had actually a really good setup there. It's a shame they have to move.
Yeah, and I think that's what stopped 4 Romanian boys from maybe third partying that fight between Leo and Sigma a little bit more. Okay. Is that Oceans on Fire were blocking their way, but great movement by 4 Romanian boys. They get across the road with those vehicles, and they find one of those kind of pockets that I talked about that they're able to create a small little fort.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be seeing for RB doing their best here, but here come Oceans. I don't know if they're trying to take this fight or if they're just unaware of that coming in, but S2! Really great angle there. Shockwave seemed to have long... Oh no, they're still there. What are S2 doing up there if Shockwave's up there? Okay,
No,
interesting.
S2 were lower down. S2 were lower down.
Oh,
Shockwave were lower down. S2 were always on that mountain position above Minas.
Yeah, I was thinking that was the same cliff Shockwave had. Okay, I gotcha now. Still fantastic. S2 doing good stuff. They're keeping to that cliff. I'm glad they didn't rotate too early. They see that opportunity they have to get a lot of eliminations. None so far, but the opportunity is always there, especially as this fight goes down.
Shockwave moving around. Hoping not to get third party, but that's a beautiful nade from Sneeko. Kobe's it across into the rock, through the smoke, and Oceans on Fire are under pressure. Shockwave hoping to ice them out or send a lightning rod firmly up their behinds and take them out back into the lobby with the DBS, with the UMP. Razorino finds it, going into first person perspective, wrapping around. Azer is low in health, so he's going to have to be a bit of a distraction, but he peeks up and he takes the ballsy move and he gets the elimination. 0 helmet, a sliver of health. That's fantastic.
Yeah, they're really stepping up. It's nice to see. I have to hand it to Oceans, though. Frooks tried his best. Did you see him just spinning around like he was chasing his own tail there? He was just inundated with Shockwave, and it just did not help their position whatsoever. But you know what? It is what it is. I continue to see good things from them, though. Despite them not being able to convert that to points, I see potential in them. They're looking quite good. So I hope to see more from them, even if they can't make it to these finals this time.
No, Shockwave, I genuinely think they're one of those teams that will make it through to the finals. I know their skill as individual players, having commentated them in the past, and I think you mentioned correctly, they're really showing signs of improvement, the evolving, without really getting the complete package of a game under the belt yet. But they will have plenty of time. The circle closes up. It goes right on top of 4 Romanian boys. But once again, S2 have the massive high ground advantage overlooking all of the north.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, actually, and say I really like KASIK's position. Yes, it's completely outside of zone. Yes, they're kind of inundated with teams, but they had a really good show opportunity down onto Dagestan there. They've moved away, but it's a nice little crevice
Okay.
without anybody really there within nading range. I think Breaking Team have decided to move on there, but I don't know. It seems like it's doable, especially as Dagestan come around that edge side. They could actually end up getting a couple of surprise eliminations.
Yeah, it's a fair point. They certainly need to start to make some noise. They can't be prone down as they were, but now they did shoot up. Dagestan get out of vehicles. They peek up the grenades. They're going to move on in. Magnum finds Penchik, finds Cooping, and Dagestan, credit where it's due. They moved in. They heard the shots, and I don't think you were wrong with KASIK's position. It was just how they really executed. They were too quiet. They gave Dagestan too easy of an entry point, while Breaking Team kept to their own direction, and they're going up against Lithuania.
No, they're going up against a bunch of empty space. Lithuania want nothing to do with them right now.
Fair.
They've decided to get out of dodge immediately. Ooh, the double airtime with the buggy. Nice.
Is he gonna survive? I don't think so. I believe he's being shot up by ALPI, who are up as a full squad. By the way, ALPI, this is potentially looking to be their strongest game. They don't have any eliminations, so that does not worry me, but it's just kind of one of those things where, again, with elimination points being such a massive part of your end game result, they will want to start racking up those eliminations as soon as possible.
Most definitely, especially, I'm just checking here. Oh, yeah, they are in Group B, so this is the second to last game for them ever for these qualifiers. So they really need to make sure they have those points. So I totally agree with you. Just because you have center zone does not mean that's an instant qualification at this point in the game. You've got to make sure you get those eliminations as well as. So it's something they really need to work on in this game. Go, okay, think ahead. We have this position. How can we convert that to points? So far, we just have to wait for that zone to push in. A lot of the teams are doing the work for them in terms of that placement, and it goes away from them. It actually goes away from a lot of teams who had that entrance in, S2 being one of them, and now they're getting pulled apart just a little bit. They're getting those the intimidation factor right onto S2 there. They have to move down to those cliffs, but SHOCKWAVE might not allow them to.
Leo Esports gone up against SHOCKWAVE. Already 10 eliminations for SHOCKWAVE. Arguably their most aggressive game so far that we've seen today, and it's certainly well deserved. Can they find more? They do have an edge of circle position. Silence finds Fade on the other side. Pin finds Silence in return. Breaking Team and Lithuania going up against each other, but it's going to be Lithuania who are going to come out on top, not before they lose another player at the hands of ALPI. That's good. Great stuff from ALPI.
I'm sorry, did I hear that incorrectly? Was somebody using a mutant?
No way. You have the draft. No.
No. I thought I heard a mutant. No, it can't possibly be. I must have been wrong. I didn't see it in the kill feed, but okay. Never mind. I'm sure I'm just hearing crazy things right now. Ooh, Dagestan getting sidestepped once again. Oh, but not before KASIK go out there. Now return back to business. Jakey was like, who is this guy interrupting my elimination run here? Need to get rid of him before going back to Dagestan. Nice stuff. Obley gonna have a really hard time getting out of here. He's got to get rid of Jakey first, but the zone might finish him before he can do that.
Yeah, S2 have this area locked down, really being proactive in not allowing any form of player or team to wrap around the side of the mountain. They send one player down as well. It is on the very southern edge, but again, protecting their terrain comfortably. For Romanian boys, by the way, they have a compound locked down that is in the center of the circle. If they play their cards right, all the other teams around them will start to pick each other off, and for Romanian boys could find themselves getting a chicken dinner.
Oh, that's not what ALPI need. Leo having a great angle onto them as Lithuania eventually go down. But again, Imperium, 7 eliminations, a top 6 position.
That's good.
They're looking really strong coming in to the last couple of games. Remember, we saw Lithuania yesterday, so they will not be joining us for tomorrow. This is their last couple of games. They're giving it all they got, to be honest. And it's looking good. It's looking promising for them. Leo now having a few shots taken towards him with a zone this open. I mean, this drone shot's really good because you can just see how few angles, how few cover these teams actually have to work with. It's it's not a surprise that they're not having a good time here.
It's no easy task across the board. That's why we saw Leo take shots towards ALPI in the opposite side of the circle. And that's why I talk about 4 Romanian boys really getting a strong opportunity to find a chicken dinner for themselves. The circle, once again, heads up. They are a little bit more south of this phase. But again, they have hard cover while Leo lose another player. They're crumbling down. A Shockwave 5 and find another elimination up to 12.
ALPI need to take control of this as much as possible. We need to see them having those angles, but the angle of the hill, to be honest, is really not working in their favor. You can see on the mini-map, they're doing their best with what they have, but at the end of the day, it is going to be S2. Whoa! Whee! What a play coming in there. That's one way of getting off that cliff. But it is, S2 who are going to have that advantage being up top there, even though they have to come down. They're always going to have higher ground than the rest of these teams. So they have an easy access to this new zone. ALPI, they're in it for the most part. They just have to hold on to it, and it's a precarious position that they've got.
Great play by S2 team. They're looking for 4 Romanian boys, and 4 Romanian boys now going to start to feel the heat because the circle shifted away from their compound being center. It's less of the other teams picking each other off and more of a bit of a fight here, a fight there. Although S2 takes shots towards Shockwave, slow them down as the blue zone starts to close in.
Nice play from Shockwave, actually, to start moving in that vehicle before the res is even taken. Oh, never mind. I thought they were actually going to do that, and they didn't. I thought they were being really proactive, but I see why they didn't. That's okay, but the zone... People are going to be a... Oh, they just made that just, and they're going to have a hard time now. Oh, that was risky. What a risky play. I was holding my breath.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the moment for them to go down. I don't think there was really much more that they could do. By the way, there really wasn't.
To be fair,
because as much as ALPI have been kind of quiet in the elimination feed, they have been moving proactively forward, and they waited for their time to strike like an RKO out of nowhere onto the members of Shockwave. 4 make their 3 teams left alive. That is ALPI against 4 Romanian boys against S2, and ALPI open the elimination feed onto Kai.
Nice. Nice. This is nicely done by ALPI. I love the progressiveness we were seeing here. This is what we wanted from them. This is where it's going to all kick off. I tell you what, for RB, they are kind of stuck in that little compound, but at the same time, they kind of getting caught in the crossfire, which may actually help them. They may be able to get those third parties. So I'm looking for them. Oh, the MG3 though, that's not good. Oh.
What I love about S2 is they're not being tunnel visioned by the elimination against one of their players by ALPI. They're covering all angles with Heaven. Again, it might mean that they could go down to ALPI or lose 2 more players, but I really appreciate the lack of tunnel vision for them as we get closer. ALPI are taking firm control. They could stick further down the northern edge of the circle, but they're going dead center. They want to put more pressure on the 4 Romanian boys because let's be fair, they know that there's nobody really behind them. They have the angles covered with 1 player to the far eastern side.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about this all the time. Look at the circle, and then look at the circle that ALPI have provided for the other two teams. They have effectively said, no, we are not in stage 8, we are in stage 11, and y'all better figure yourselves out because
Exactly.
this is the new blue zone. It's fantastic. This is the controlling of teams that I want to see. It may not convert into points for ALPI, but it sure as heck makes sure that 4RB and S2 don't get the points they want either.
Feeling the heat. A bit of a 2-1-1 split. Arguably, I suppose, a 3-1 split with how close one player is to the two other ALPI players. But again, still a fantastic spread. S2 locked down, now starting to make the move as Phase 9 will start to close in. It's dead center on top of ALPI. I would say ALPI need to pick their moment, to pick their fight, and pick a team to lock down. It's a three-way dance. The shots come in from the low ground. The 1-2 finds the opening onto Sandoric. How will ALPI respond? They're going to respond with a knock onto Royal of 4 Romanian boys. So 2 fights at once. 4 Romanian boys backstabbing S2, getting a knock onto Heaven. Jakey needs to try and take 2 fights at once. Robbie being feeling the heat. Wandu with the DPS. I don't know who's going to win. It's ALPI's team. Is it going to be S2's game? Is it going to be 4 Romanian boys? 4 Romanian boys are going to be in the final 2 along with ALPI, but the revive could keep ALPI up as a full squad, but time is ticking.
Oh, what a three-way fight to come in the final moments. But I love the other two knocked players of ALPI. They went, yeah, okay, we're not going to get revived. We're going to be used as info instead. Love that from them, and that's helped them in this next fight. Here we go, and it is all over, though. Nothing can stop the 4 Romanian boys from getting that win in the end on Miramar. What a great job from them.
Well executed. It was arguably anybody's game between S2, ALPI, and 4 Romanian boys. S2 made the right call of trying to push forward onto ALPI. ALPI held back a little bit. They took kind of both fights at once. But again, 4 Romanian boys coming from that compound, and they were under a bit of pressure. They deserved to win.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They made a win out of a bad situation. I mean, if anybody wasn't going to win, I would have thought it would be them. They were kind of stuck on that far end of zone. They didn't have the ridges to really walk around in, and they were being constantly watched by S2. So they really picked the best time they could, and it worked out for them. Only just, though. I mean, if we look at these points, there's only 1 point difference between 4RB, S2, and SHOCKWAVE.
And I want to point out not only 4 Romanian boys, but SHOCKWAVE on 2 factors. SHOCKWAVE, because arguably their best performance so far in these qualifiers, but also they were coming into this game on a total of 25 points. They scored 15 in that game. That's a massive boost. And then thirdly, there was only 1 point dividing 4 Romanian boys and SHOCKWAVE. So that will still continue to put a bit of pressure on both of those teams coming into the last game, coming into tomorrow's games, to keep on moving, to keep on getting those points. I believe off the back of this, it actually puts them on equal points.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big few games tomorrow for sure, but it's also going to be a big game coming into this last game of the night, just because, a lot of these Group B teams in this second to last game, we saw them go out fairly early. This was really a Group C game for this one. So coming into that last game, it's going to be really hectic.
It is, like we've already kind of alluded to across the day, Group B. After today, destiny is out of their hands on whether they make it into the top 16. Only 16 teams will move on to next week's finals. So we'll have to see if the teams in Group B can pull it out of the bag. Join us after this quick break for the final game of the day. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Qualifier for the EMEA, for the European region. This is day number 2 and we're heading into the final game of the day. Let's head on over to the overall standings coming into this last game, Natura.
Let's do that indeed. We got some teams to talk about here. Namely, first of all, Team ALPI coming straight in there with a great game. Yeah, as we said, it could have been a little more aggressive. It could have been a bit heavier on those eliminations. But it's a great show of that confidence building in them that I love to see, Imperium.
Lithuania as well, riding up there in 6th place. For me, it's the focus, along with Leo, of the points that they have right now and the points that they arguably need, based on our rough calculations of what we've seen in other regions, to kind of secure their spot in the top 16. It's very tight for ALPI. It's a little bit tighter for Lithuania. And Leo, again, still tight. They both, in my opinion, all three of these teams need at least double-digit points.
Oh, that is a tough ask in the next game. That is really tough. Oh, wow. Yeah, but you know what? It's looking like it's going to shape up to they actually need those points. So it is so close to getting that 80-point marker, but we don't know if that will be the marker. That is based on, you know, other qualifiers that have happened so far.
Exactly.
So you're quite right. It could go much farther than that. So we really have to watch out.
And I want to pose a question before we get into this last game, and it definitely, in my opinion, bears an impact on tomorrow's games. With all due respect to Group B teams and Group C teams, do you think Group A is a stronger group of teams?
Oh, you're asking the tough questions here.
Yeah.
It's really, I tell you what, it's really hard. Kind of on paper, yes, but we're seeing such consistency from so many of the Group B teams. It's gonna be hard to beat, you know, the majority of these teams actually having those top 7 positions consistently across today. It's gonna be hard to beat that. I think, yeah, in terms of teams specifically, like team individually, yeah, Group A are gonna be the stronger teams, but as a group, as a team, Group B are pretty dang good.
Okay, that's a fair point. I do like what you're bringing in the overarch of all Group A teams. That's a fair point. Obviously, we'll find out. And the reason why I say that is because for the teams in Group C, they're going to be playing tomorrow, and you could kind of maybe say, well, will their fight be even harder tomorrow going up against the heavy hitters from Group A, such as SBG, such as Team Spirit? We will find out. It is something to ask. As
evil laugh, by
for
the way.
the final game of the day, I literally just threw my pen across the room because I don't really know what to say.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun being the bringer of chaos to PUBG Mobile. I mean, let's go. A Los Higos finish is what I'm betting on. But most likely, PUBG's going to be boring and go to the Chumasera Cliffs. But you know what? It's all going to be fun because these teams are going to bring the action to the table. There's a lot of teams that have to get in on that north side.
Hashtag cancel Natura.
No, don't cancel me. No.
Hashtag Natura, the cursor. It feels like the natural cause. Because this is disgusting. I am happy that the South Island is in play, I will say, but
yeah,
definitely not nice for the teams, especially ones in the north, as you correctly point out.
Yeah, I do feel bad for a lot of the Group B teams. The nice thing that could have happened was for a relatively normal zone, and then that way you would have seen teams try to get some extra points, try to squeeze in as many eliminations as possible. But it's just not going to happen for RB. Rush team, this is the team that was nearly topping the charts yesterday. They lose one early, but the fight is not over yet.
You're on 95 points in total in the overall standings, so we can, within reason, bar a miracle against them, somewhat confidently say that Rush team has secured their spot in the grand finals, and with some pretty confident games, bar falling, I don't want to say going fully downhill, but definitely being humbled a little bit off the back of 3 chicken dinners in yesterday's games. And for Romanian boys, they're finding their feet. They will play tomorrow, and if they get a good end to today, that will really help their confidence.
It will indeed. Oh, a nice nade coming in there. Oh, he was on the wrong side of the fence. Oh no, he didn't realize Sarah was there waiting in the wings for him. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gonna be a second knock, a second finish onto Rush. 4MB, still alive, still as a full squad, and 2 points to their name now.
EPSILON, XRX, and ENIGMA both fighting as well. Up on the northeastern edge of the circle, just outside Impala. Something to think about while this fight continues to rage on. Teams starting to move in towards the circle. MABETEX and Shoot to Kill both in Picado. We've yet to really see that on the spectator side, but that could lead to a fight in the next couple of minutes.
Oh, Ocean, no! Ocean going off in the kill feed there. Not having a good time again. Oh, but no one can withstand the M249. What a weapon it is in the hands of Lawrence there, who's quickly going to switch over to a Scar because, that's a little bit more useful in the long run. But for our B, I can't believe it, Imperium. We've lost one of our heaviest hitters so soon in the last game.
And that does give a bit of an opportunity, a little bit. Again, 4 Romanian boys are also an amazing team. They won the previous game, but within the scope of the lobby, taking a heavy hitter team going down, and possibly another one in either Shoot to Kill or MABETEX, will give an opportunity for the teams we featured, ALPI, Leo, Lithuania, to kind of possibly end on a higher level of points in this final game for themselves. So, despite the crazy circle in Phase 1, it's kind of positively shaping up a little bit for them.
I'm just turning my attention to the south side of zone. You see a lot of things happening down on that coastal side. There's at least 2 teams, if not 3 down there. So again, you've got Lithuania really trying to get those early center positions. Oh, what a spray onto Psyox. That's MABETEX down as well here. They're a Group B team. That's it. They're done. Zero points going for MABETEX. But I tell you what, as much as we wanted to see more coming in there, just a few more points, realistically, they're top 5. They should be okay as long as nobody tomorrow goes all out.
Top 5, but it's only 78 points. It is technically below the 80-point cutoff. Again, I'm only putting that as a counter to what you say. You'd be surprised how quickly that 5th place will drop down to 10th, drop down to 12th. After tomorrow's games, we will see that quickly whittle down. So MABETEX not really having a great ending to their run of 12 games.
Yeah, it's definitely not a comfortable position, right? It's doable, but it's not comfortable. And they're gonna be, I'd be twiddling my thumbs, sitting on my hands, doing whatever I can to just wait it out, wait till tomorrow's results, because it's not going to be a comfortable 24 hours for them. A lot rides on this, you get to go to the qualifying finals. That's the next step for PMSL, so you really want to be able to do that. And maybe that's the reason Leo has not taken that shot yet. He's waiting for Team ALPI. That last player, oh no. What has happened to Team ALPI? Down to just that solo. Another team that needed those points and needed that boost. Yeah. If they go out now, I honestly, they're quite a bit behind MABETEX. So while it's not comfortable for MABETEX, it's dangerous for ALPI.
I'm going to say it's, with all due respect, journey over for ALPI. 57 points, 58 including this the elimination point they have. That's well below the predictive target that we kind of have talked about.
That's true.
For Leo Esports, they're going to reap the rewards, right? Picking up a couple of elimination points for themselves as Phase 2 is about to pop.
And it's another hard shift. It's another hard shift. It's not bad,
but it's a better hard shift.
It is. It's better than the water it was threatening, that's for sure. But like I said, when we go down to the south side here, oh, beautiful nade. That was perfect. But who hello? Did somebody just nade their teammate there? I think they did. I don't know. That was weird. Maybe it was a trade, but...
You were saying when the circle kind of goes down south, it normally ends up around Chumacero Hills?
Yeah, Chumacero Hills, it's every time. From what I've seen, it always goes that way. So it's... At least for some of these teams who have played these kinds of circles, it's kind of standard procedure. So in that way, maybe the remaining Group B teams have a chance to have a decent game, even though it hard shifted initially. We could see the likes of Lithuania, the likes of S2, actually have a proper game this time.
Again, within the Chumacero Mountains, there's pockets of compounds and pockets of high ground that 3, 4, 5 teams, in my opinion, can kind of move into early. The risk is if you leave it too late, you could go up against another team that already have the area locked down. So far, a bit of action going down between Breaking Team and S2.
Oh, they're just waiting. Oh, hello! That angle isn't going to help. Oh, it did help. Hang on. It did. That angle was fairly nice there, but no, BR gonna go down to just a solo. Another team that we're losing very early on. I don't understand what's happening here. Maybe it's the pressure that's getting to them a little bit. They've put far too much pressure on themselves, going, it's the last game, we need to do something. Again, you see it all the time, and it doesn't have help. It just doesn't. You've got to just play your normal game. That's what works for them so far. I mean, that second game, or that first Miramar, rather, for ALPI to go from second to out in 14th with 1 point, it's just not working. So yeah, I think there's probably some nerves, some pressure coming in there. But Dagestan and Lithuania, this is the next fight we're going to be seeing. Lithuania, again, with that aggression looking good.
Yeah, looking good, but with their player knocked down, this is one of the other teams we have featured coming into this final game. This is their last chance to rack up as many points as possible before the fate of their qualification is decided in other teams' hands. They lose 2. They're going to have to try and back up, but just on foot, just in a vehicle. Dagestan are pushing. They want the eliminations. They want the squad wipe.
And the squad wipe they might get, but it's gonna be Dagestan. Silent's been such a hard hitter for the team. That's bad that it go down so quickly. That's not gonna be good. Gonna try and get that res. I don't blame them, but no, it's not gonna happen. Oh,
wow.
And Magnum just turning away like it was no big deal. Like he swatted a fly. Oh my goodness, the attitude coming off of Dagestan right now. Love to see it, but Lithuania, unfortunately, the team we talked about, not having... Oh, don't you dare. Oh, that's just rude. English, you apologize right now.
Okay. That's the kind of toxicity I like. 3 teams we talked about coming into this final game. All either out or in a minimum situation. Breaking Team down to 1 player. ALPI are out. Lithuania are out. And yeah, this is not good. Of course, Ocean's on fire. Really took themselves out of the board. Not really a team we were featured. They go down as well. 4 Romanian boys pick up another bunch of eliminations on 6 in this game now.
And really, all these eliminations, these early eliminations of the Group B teams, it kind of just leaves me one question, Imperium. Have we caster cursed them? Maybe? Because
possibly we didn't. Well, I would counter that by saying we talked about 4 teams to the point where you can't really cast or curse 14. Maybe
Yeah,
you can. Maybe you can.
Oh, okay.
Because
sure.
you are the
Pin this on me.
reincarnation of Zute and Max. So I'm gonna rename you to Zumax, or Max Tay, whatever you want.
Max
That's
Tay,
gonna be your
okay.
new Max Tay.
Zumax, Max Tay, whatever, man, whatever. Blame this on me, it's fine.
Of course, man. Of course. It's your first official PUBG Mobile Esports event. It's a rite of passage.
I see, yeah. I'm just gonna get bullied, that's fine, it's all good. Just like 4RB, you're trying to bully him, but he will not be bullied by one team. He may be bullied by the next one, but Enigma EU, unable to make more eliminations come out of that, but a good show for the first one. Again, a little bit of a 1-by-1 push, which I'm seeing a lot more of than I'd like.
Yeah, that could have been executed a little bit more cleanly for Romanian boys. However, they didn't lose a player. Next phase is about to pop up. One thing I'm noticing, we're already down to just 10 teams in phase 4.
Wow.
Okay, the majority of those teams do have full squads, to be fair. Everybody bar Leo and Breaking Team. However, that does essentially create a little bit more landmass than normal in this circle for teams to attempt to control.
Sigma has been one of those teams that we haven't seen much from until that last game. Maybe as we spoke about yesterday, we're seeing Sigma perhaps be one of those teams that really gets going on Miramar. Certainly that push is looking really good. Love this push. Look at that 3-1 split coming in onto EPSILON here. Looking really, really good. That's a good forward-thinking push, covering those angles,
nade.
getting those nades going. One after the other will end up falling down if they're not careful. They get the one. There's a Molotov onto another. Brilliant start so far. They need to clean this up quickly. Down goes one, though. Sigma fighting back a little bit there, but so far no eliminations on the side of Sigma. They just keep going and knocking themselves. Ellipsion, what happened? Knocking one of their own players, taking themselves out of the game. Oh dear, that's not a good end.
Now another fight starts to break out. I said we were down to 10 teams. We're now down to 9 with 30 players remaining. Could it be 8 as Shockwave go up against Shoot to Kill on the side? Discrim knocks down Razorino, moves around, a bunch of damage being felt onto Shockwave, goes into FPB mode. Wagner is going to get knocked down to his knees as English supports his teammate in the form of Discrim. One of Shoot to Kill's strength has been their teamwork, has been their ability to support each other, and we have witnessed it right now, whittling Shockwave down to just one player.
Oh my goodness me, a great rebuff there. But yeah, I was about to say, they've got to be careful of Dagestan. They've just pulled up behind them, and that ridge is so open to those sprays going on down. I like that from Azer. Beautiful stuff coming in there. Nice little kind of deterrent from pushing over so he can get that res. That's a good strategy to have. It does succeed this time, but English has done more than this. A 1v2 is his challenge now.
Allows his teammate to get the revive into full health, but it's going to be English with the 1v2. I don't believe it with the DBS. I didn't really take it into account. Not going to lie, I kind of presumed Shockwave were going to win that, hence why I didn't really build up to it. But oh my god, English pulling it out of the bag. Shoot to kill. The side of Shockwave.
They sure do. They sure do. 10 eliminations already. I don't even know how they got to that number. We haven't seen them do that much. I mean, maybe take out 2 teams, but my goodness, 10 eliminations? Looking really good for them. But you know who else is looking really good? Is Team KASIK. Again, center of this zone. This time they got that compound. This time they got that high ground. The zone continues to go their direction. This could be very good for them. They just need to group up. They need to prioritize their full squad.
Definitely, that was one thing I was thinking. And if you hadn't mentioned, I was going to ask, are they too heavily split? I believe so. They just aren't in a position to cover all of the areas of the map with just one player and kind of two players. So yeah, definitely focus on one part of the circle and stick to it. Already down to 8 teams, 25 players in phase 5. Is this a product of the fact that it's the final game of the day, so teams are just kind of going for broke? They're releasing the shackles and letting loose in that sense, or maybe they just want to end the day a little bit earlier or a little bit later, going out in a blaze of glory.
I mean, I always look forward to the final game of anything, right? Just because you have those lower placed teams who have nothing to lose. And so often they will go for these kinds of plays, which encourages the rest of the lobby to follow suit. And I always love that. I love the action in that. I gotta say, this last game effect has worked wonders on Sigma for sure. They're looking really good. They're looking very dominant. The way they're moving is confident. In each other, and so I really like how they're playing this right now. At the moment, Team KASIK do have that ground advantage. It's going to be hard for Sigma to try and move forward in this way. It's even going to be hard for them to move away because Team KASIK do have that ridge, but for now, if they can just get these eliminations, they're well on their way.
I like how they're spread. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Team Spirit and their game that they won yesterday in Miramar. It has high ground. I think there's a couple of movement points that they can play around. I understand where you're coming from, but as they take shots, they're trying to carve as much space by pushing the likes of S2 back. They don't quite get a knock, and S2 do end up ahead of them on the hillside, but not without 4 Romanian boys third party.
No, indeed. I'm just wondering where they came from. My goodness me. I was surprised by S2 moving in between both of these teams. Oh, but 4B, they've done their damage. They're coming in. Sigma have nothing. They cannot stand against this. They must fall or move, either which way.
They fire in return, trying to push back 4 Romanian boys. Sigma being aware that S2 are on the other side, so they can't push back, really. They have to stick to their guns and take this fight against 4 Romanian boys. Robbie was the player to get that knock and elimination, I believe, onto Sigma. He's now moved closer, while KASIK as well did group back together, and they are in a more uniform position.
Just watching where that zone's gonna go. There we go. Just the craziness going down on the south side. It's a decent zone, but it means that so many of these teams have to move away or finish these fights very quickly. If I was 4RB or Dagestan, I would definitely, especially with that knock now, I'd especially be moving away from this, disengaging a little bit. You've only got to move through KASIK once you win this fight, so it's not going to be the best position for you. S2, though, they tried their best, but it was an uphill climb in all ways, so they are going to be down to that solo, but Sigma does go out with those 5 eliminations, a decent start to their journey here. We'll see them back again tomorrow, and it is looking good for them. They're being very strong, very coherent together, so it's nice to see that. For B as well, they've done what I thought they might, and they've moved away, but into the clutches of Leo on the other side there, so there's really nowhere that's safe, Imperium.
Well, that's always the case at this stage of the game, right? You can never presume you're safe in a phase 6 circle, so that's why you got to create that safety through a level of aggression, through a level of control, through a level of proactivity. And I think 4 Romanian boys have proved they have the ability, especially on Miramar, to do that. They won the previous game. Could they win back-to-back in Miramar to end a fantastic first set of games for them? I could see it happen. KASIK are going to be the team that they're going to have to beat because they have cover, they have compound, they have the center of the circle.
They have that height as well, though. I mean, you're looking at Reflect, and he just keeps looking down his nose at everybody, and you're going to continue to see that, I think, throughout these final few circles as Ingush does go down there. So that is shoot to kill, eliminated. But with 11 eliminations, this has been a phenomenal play, a phenomenal day 2 for them. Finds S2, but Heaven is going to surprise in there. Lawrence has no chance there. I'm surprised 4RB have decided to move back up here.
Again, just kind of clearing what's in front of them, picking up arguably an element of easy elimination, and they find the last player of S2. And now KASIK gonna move away from the compound, looking to find the aggression. Is it too little too late? Okay, Robbie's knocked. Sarah is on his own. The DBS takes down, and KASIK picked the moment. I wasn't sure if it's going to work out, but credit where it's due. KASIK find the engagement, they find the eliminations, and now they're going to go back to the compound.
Fair enough. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That compound is still working for them. They've got a fantastic view of the teams around them. And when there's only 4 of them, there's only 4 teams left alive. I think they can do it. They're the only full squad as well, so they got plenty of team players to work with.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you talk about that. It's something they will certainly be looking at, going, okay, well, we're 4 players. There's only 8 players in total, 4 other players. We have the body advantage. We have the map advantage. We have this game. We have this chicken dinner. They have already won 1. They will be the only team outside of Rush Team to win 2 chicken dinners in this whole lobby. So it does speak volumes of their ability to execute a game should they be put in a good position. The thing is, they can't always rely on a good position.
No, I mean, the best teams are the ones that can make something happen out of a bad position. We saw that from 4RB.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
arguably not the worst position in the last game, but certainly not the best. And so we may see that again coming in here. If the zone continues to go away from KASIK, you know, we may even see Leo win this fight. Dagestan, they're still duos. They could still absolutely do this as long as they don't pick on each other. Sometimes you just got to work together to get those fights against the big man in the room there. But yeah, KASIK really spreading out here, and I think that's going to be a little bit of a regroup. Nice little spray though onto Leo there. Aka going on down there. It's gonna just be our favorite player, Bosana, not Balsamic, Bosana, coming in here. 2 eliminations for Leo, though. It's not enough to be safe. It's not enough to be comfortable at all. They will want to get a few more of these placement points. Top 3 isn't bad, but they just don't know where to run. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, Balsamic has nowhere really to run, nowhere really to hide, and he's just going to dress himself down and fall to the hands of KASIK. Another elimination is Dagestan up to 10. Double digits of eliminations. KASIK on 7. 2 more potential eliminations in the arms of KASIK to bring them up to 9. And a second chicken dinner should they execute it. They have control. Look at the spread of phase 7. We can see this game finish very, very quickly as Cooping moves forward with the boogie, goes full frontal, cooking up a nade in the direction of Dagestan, but one is going to go in return through the smoke. Coping falls to about half health, but Limbo also goes down a little bit. This will force the KASIK player down just a little bit. But now, as a circle has gone more heavily in the direction of KASIK, the Dagestan duo remaining in the top 2 are behind each other with little to no control inside the circle. The spread once again all in the eyes of KASIK. Throwing the utility to each other. Hey, look, you gotta make sure yous are well bandaged.
Absolutely, gotta be prepared here. Oh, it's getting quiet though. It's so tense.
One of the Kazakh players is outside the circle. We'll grab his vehicle, we'll move in. A ton of damage dealt to Coping. He was a forward player, so Dagestan have a bit of an idea. Takes a bit more. Able to pull off a first aid. It's stun aid in the hand of Coping, looking to blind the duo of Dagestan and allow the push to come forward. You can see Penchik just snaking, slithering like a cobra. Finds him, finds one, finds two, just like that. Penchik executes and gives Kazakh the chicken dinner.
Penchik has gotten that reaction out of me twice today now. This guy, mwah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do that. The lights are funky, but really, really good. I mean, gosh, this team, man, what a phenomenal day coming in here. It's their first day of the qualifier so far, and they've got a whole other 6 games ahead of them.
Definitely, like you said, their ability to control the game when they have a strong position in the circle and that strong position kind of stays within them is incredibly powerful. I want to see them succeed in more testing situations, for sure. Either way, fantastic result in the final game of the day, and they will carry that confidence forward.
Oh, they better. They absolutely better. Otherwise, what was all that for? Because such a great game. Such a great few games coming in from them, for sure. Tell you what, though, Dagestan 77, they had a bit of a slower start coming into today, but they're only 3 points behind in this game. So, nicely done there. That's going to help them move up. But Imperium, I think we have to talk about the elephants in the room. It's got to be these Group B teams.
Yeah, Lithuania, MABETEX. To an extent, MABETEX, of course, Team ALPI, Breaking Team. They all needed big results. They all needed what we talked about, arguably double digits. And they fell. The pressure got too much. And it really puts their position in the top 16. Their finishing position under great pressure with tomorrow's 6 games happening.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, if I were them, tomorrow is not a Sunday. It's not a relaxing weekend for me.
No.
I'm going to be so nervous that it's going to not go our way at the end of 6 games.
Exactly.
Because, you know, you're seeing these Group C teams, they're not messing about, nor should they.
No.
And then with Group A coming in, you have SBG on the board. They're coming back after that dominant day 1 yesterday. So definitely for these 4th to 8th place teams, it's not going to be a comfortable time for sure.
Yeah, Kazakh team ending the day. Only 6 games played, but already on 59 points. So they're well above the halfway mark to kind of secure their spot based off our predictions. Shoot to Kill will end their 12 games on top, comfortably securing their spot in the finals along with Rush Team. MABETEX, I have questionable doubts, right? Only 78 points along with Leo Esports.
Yeah, and then it just keeps getting worse from there. You've got 9-point difference between Leo and Lithuania, and normally that wouldn't be that big of a deal, but when you look at how intense these teams are, it is a massive gap when you're looking at not being able to play tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting next few games. You know, you've got teams like the Mind Weapon, Team Spirit coming back in, Nexus as well. The Nameless coming in, 32 points on the board. They're going to have to do a lot more. But you've got teams like Sigma. I mean, how is a team like Sigma going to measure up to some of the Group A teams? That's going to be a really interesting thing to watch, because so far I'm really liking Sigma's chances.
From 13th right down to 22nd, all of those teams have only played 6 games. Shockwave in 13th are on 41 points, and Big Baby are on 6 points. Obviously, kind of Big Baby, NEXGEN, and within reason, Escape Esports, not that I want to count them out, but they have a really, really, really massive fight on their hands. But for Shockwave, they've Team Spirit behind them. They've Dagestan 77 behind them. They've Sigma, who I don't want to count out, behind them. Even the Nameless. Never mind the teams that are in front of them, right? So a lot of questions are going to be answered tomorrow. A lot of opportunities for the teams that are outside of the top 16 to qualify for the finals.
Absolutely. I'm so excited, Imperium. We had a banger day 1. We've had a banger day 2.
I know.
What is the next day gonna be like? What is day 3, the final day as well for both teams? Not only one group, but both groups. It's gonna be such a fun ride.
The questions are going to be answered. Don't forget to join myself and Miramar along with Neptura for tomorrow's final games in the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for Europe. Same time, same place. See you all tomorrow and have a good evening.
Someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they